Seeger, Ress, McInnes, Willie, Doherty,
Here.
Barcelona, Fitzmaurice, Crawford, Smale, Randolph, Truxillo. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Announcements, please silence all phones and electronic devices. Appeals, you have the right to appeal any case that you disagree with our decision here on the commission to the council. There are appeal cards on the railing over here to my right. Speaker cards, if you wish to speak. There are speaker cards on the railing to my right, and you need to fill one of those out also. Public speaking is 10 minutes each side and 5 minutes for rebuttal. And after the case is heard, we ask you to please exit the building. And even if you go out in the lobby, the sound still comes back into the chambers here. Please rise for the invocation by Commissioner Randolph and the pledge by Commissioner Willie.
Gracious Father, once again, we come to you to say thank you for all the blessings you bestowed in our lives. We thank you, Lord, for your grace and mercy that you exhibited upon each and every one of us throughout this entire day. We understand what it means that you give us this day our daily bread, and we thank you. We thank you for our families, Heavenly Father. We also, Lord, we thank you for our government. We thank you for our leaders, our employees. Lord, we thank you for the citizens that we serve and that we represent. And gracious Father, we ask that you continue to bless our military personnel, veterans, law enforcement officers, firefighters, and medical personnel. Lord, we thank you right now. We ask, Lord, that you bless our graduates that's going through right now. Bless their families in a mighty way. It's in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As it is?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, in your, commissioners, in your packet, you had minutes for the March 2nd meeting. Hopefully you've had a chance to review them and everything. Commissioner Crawford.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Crawford to approve. Commissioner Randolph.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Randolph. Any? Yes, ma'am.
Before you vote on the minutes, we have included the wrong set of minutes into the packet.
They've handed out a new set.
However, you may not have time to review it.
Well, actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, even though we have written copies of the minutes, the recorded copy is the one that really takes precedence.
That's about if you'd like to vote on it.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and vote on it because the recorded copy takes precedence really over the written.
Whatever the commission would like to do.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further discussion on the minutes? Yes, sir.
I just want to say, who's working the microphone too? Okay, we need to make sure everybody turns on.
Okay. All right. Please vote.
Mr. Ress? The vote to approve, Carrie, sorry.
All right, postponing of cases.
I'd like to bring to your attention item number 3 on the agenda, 2022-2763 ZC has been withdrawn.
Okay,
And we have a request to postpone number 5, 2022-2777 ZC.
okay.
No other request.
All right, let me read those two into the record so we have it in the recorded minutes. All right, item 3 is being withdrawn. That's case number 2022-2763-ZC. Existing zoning is A3 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A3 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Parcel located on the north side of Dixie Ranch Road, east of Louisiana Highway 434, Lacombe, Ward 7, District 7. It's 1 acre. Petitioner was Christine Bratcher, and the owner is Brian and Christine Brancher. That case has been withdrawn, so if you're here for that case, feel free to leave because we will not handle that case. All right, and then the next one is being requested by the owner or the petitioner to postpone. Case is 2022-2777-ZC. Existing zoning is A2. Proposed zoning is HC2, Highway Commercial District. Location parcel located on the south side of North 5th Street, west of Vivian Street, and Ladybug Lane, Covington, Ward 3, District 5. It's 0.66 acres. The petitioner is Josie Adams. The owner is J&J Builders, North Shore Incorporated, Council District 5. I will need a motion to postpone that item. Commissioner Willie.
Move to postpone. For 30 days or for 1 month?
Move to postpone to the next month's meeting. Okay. Commissioner Truxillo.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Truxillo. We need to vote. Please vote.
The motion to postpone for 1 month carries.
Okay, thank you. And I have 2 cases that Mr. Shane has asked that we move up as he has another commitment tonight. It's item 8, ZC 96-11-064, and item 10, 2022-2801-ZC. I'll move those up and we'll hear them in the order. It's item 8 is ZC 96-11-064. Proposed zoning is major amendment to the PUD, Plan Unit Development Overlay. Parcel located on the north side of Camp Hill Drive, west of Money Hill Parkway, Covington, Ward 6, District 6. It's 6.024 acres. Money Hill Plantation is the petitioner, Mimi Dossert, and the owner is Mimi Dossert. Council District 6. Staff?
The applicant is requesting a major amendment to the Money Hill Plan Unit Development. The subject sites currently sit on designated green space areas which serve as a golf course for the Money Hill subdivision. The request is to create 7 individual lots to accommodate 7 new single-family dwellings at a density of just under 1 unit per acre. The addition of 7 new single-family residential lots aligns with the purpose of the PUD, and the Money Hill is comprised of 525 acres of green space, which nearly doubles the 25% requirements for the PUD green space.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the Honorable Commission. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington, and I have the pleasure of representing Money Hill Plantation, LLC. I have its president, Ms. Mimi Goodyear Dossett, with me this evening. I appreciate you moving the item up on the agenda as I'm co-hosting a function this evening and running a little late as is, but as however long it takes for us to take care of our business tonight, I understand that, but I do appreciate the courtesy. The request is simple, and I think the staff report captures the essence of the request. Perhaps it would be helpful if we could focus on the third page of the staff report and perhaps the fourth page as well, to make sure you understand these three pockets or areas that will be converted from green space to single-family residential lots. I think the staff has accurately depicted the nature of the request in that it's not only to create home sites, but it clearly aligns with the purpose of the Money Hill PUD. It allows for the creation of some very nice, meaning good-sized, actually larger than many of the lots, home sites in that area. It will be accomplished through a reroute in part of the golf course, holes 2 and 7. But the golf course and green space are owned by Money Hill Plantation LLC. And of course, they have the right to reroute the golf course. They are the owner of the golf operation, both the land and the business itself. And the demand, I'm happy to say, for people to want to purchase home sites in this particular area and build nice homes is great. And thus that results in the request that we bring before you this evening. I think it's important to note, as staff has mentioned, the green space requirements. Incredibly, the Money Hill PUD is about 1,200 acres, give or take. So, of course, if you did the math on 25%, you would say that you might have roughly 300 acres of green space that would be required. Please note the amount of green space that is provided in this PUD, over 500 acres, which means that in no way is the green space certainly being compromised from a code perspective, but I think more importantly, it assures us that the environment and the quality of life has been captured, if you will, and will be preserved by integrating individual home families living in single-family residences, but also surrounded by a high-quality green space. So for those reasons, we respectfully request that you approve this requested amendment to the PUD. I'll reserve the rest of my time to supplement rebuttal if needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor of this item? Then I have a number of cards here that where folks wish to speak against. Ed Sperrier and Monica Sperrier.
They're here, Your Honor. I'm a counsel for them. May I go first, if that's okay?
Yes, yes.
Mr.
So
Chairman.
you're representing them?
Yes, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
state your name and address.
Brian Glorioso, 245 Pontchartrain Drive, Slidell, Louisiana, 70458. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I am counsel for Harold and Rosemary Prestonberg, as well as Ed and Monica Sperrier. My clients own lots 194 and 222 in Money Hill. I have a packet here of our opposition submission, which I did email to all of the commissioners who had published email addresses and sent to Planning and Zoning in advance of tonight's meeting. My clients, the Prestonbergs and the Sperriers, both originally bought different lots than the ones they currently own in this subdivision. They were then upsold by the sales department of the developer to trade those lots in and buy a more expensive lot on the golf course, specifically because they had golf course views and were not directly on top of another house. They were sold those lots at a premium price for that view. Now the developer is seeking to put houses right on top of their houses after selling them these lots at a premium price, which I think is both an unfair trade practice and also unconscionable for them to do. And we're calling upon this board to protect the citizens from this type of action by a developer. Our objection is specifically to lots 1 and 2 of the proposal, which are those adjacent to my client's property. We do not have an objection to the other lots, which are not adjacent to any existing properties from what I can tell. In our packet, if you look at Exhibits B, pages 1 and 2, you'll see the exact location of my client's lots. Mr. Pressenberg's lot is the one that's adjacent to the lake and to the green, lot 194, and Mr. Sperrier's lot is 222. Now, in addition to the fact that the developers, again, specifically sold these lots at a premium price after they had bought other lots in the subdivision that were not on the golf course to them for this extra space and the green space and the view, for that reason alone, we feel that the commission should deny the request as it relates to lots 1 and 2. This citizens should be able to rely that developers will act in good faith. And when they have a sales team that are going to upsell people lots at a premium price for a view, they should be held to that view. I understand we can't tell the golf course where to move things on the course, but it should remain green space. Not only because of the promise made by the developer when they sold it and the price they charged for that property as a premium, but also the particular area of lots 1 and 2 act as drainage, natural drainage for the property. And if you look in Exhibit G to my submission, you'll see from the subdivision plan the drainage going directly across the area which is proposed to be lots 1 and 2. Now, any development on that property is going to involve a significant amount of fill and cement, and it would be next to impossible to prevent the change of the natural drainage from affecting my client's properties. In the packet, you'll also see photographs showing a view of the area in Exhibit E from Mr. Sperrier's property. And then the next page, E2, shows that same area as it's raining, with the water draining through that area, through the area of the green and into the lake. Again, this is the natural drainage of the property as submitted in the drainage plan by the developer. It's in the record. And changes to this area by making it residential would adversely affect the natural drainage as it relates to my client's property. In Exhibit F, you'll see the area of the lake, which shows erosion existing already with the current drainage. Changing this drainage by putting house sites there, which is going to require an enormous amount of fill because of the depth and elevation where the green is going to only further exacerbate that erosion on my client's property. Again, there's no reason to increase the density of this subdivision directly contrary to the promises made to the purchasers and the fact that they upsold them these lots after they had purchased other lots. There's plenty of area for them to develop lots in this area. We have no objection to lots 3 through 7, but our objection is to lots 1 and 2. We ask this commission to protect the citizens from this type of activity, to uphold the promise that the developer made, and to prevent them from coming in later after they've charged a premium for a lot with a view and take that view away, especially when it's going to adversely affect the drainage. At this time, I would like to give my clients an opportunity to come up and tell you about their property and their concern.
Okay, you've got 4 minutes, 4:46.
Hi, I'm Harold Prestonberg. I live at 861 Camp Hill Drive, or Lot 194. We first purchased a Lot 106 in the first phase in 1999. When we decided we wanted to actually build, we started looking at other lots, and we specifically were looking at lots on Great Southern with a representative from Money Hill. She suggested we look at Lot 194 because of the being right next to the number 2 green and backing up to the lake. It's a beautiful location. We agreed. We bought the lot in 2000, January. We built and we moved into the house in November of 2000. We love living in Money Hill. But now the developer wants to take away the major reason we bought that lot. If you notice on some of the information there, the plot plan for Lot 194, you'll see that it has a curious property line when it goes against the green. And the reason that was done is because of the drainage. The natural drainage from under Camp Hill and from the number 2 green, there's a tremendous amount of water that comes through there. And originally, Money Hill knew that, and they changed our property line to accommodate that drainage. But as Brian's mentioned, if you allow number 1 and 2 to be developed as residential lots, that's going to really put a lot of water on our property. When we built our home, we didn't add a lot of fill to it. In fact, our level of the floor is slightly below the street. We haven't had any problem yet with drainage, but I think we will if we have all this development, to the golf course side of us. I thank you for your consideration and hope you will find in our favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You got two minutes and 40 seconds.
All right. Good evening. My name's Ed Spurrier, and I'm here with my wife, Monica. We live at the Money Hill subdivision on the corner of Camp Hill and Great Southern, Lot 222. I thank the board for hearing our views on this rezoning matter. We purchased the lot in 1998. 2002, when the new phase was open, we were given the opportunity to trade over. And long story short, that's what we did. But the real estate agent told us that it would be a perfect lot because of the views of the golf course. So in 2019, we designed and built the house. 2 years later, we hear that this development is taking place, so we asked for a meeting with Mimi, and she responded with a letter, which Mr. Glorioso forwarded to you, and I'd like to quote something from her letter, and it says, "I fully expect that the views of the course and the property would not only be unharmed, but enhanced by the value we are adding to the course," unquote. I've submitted pictures taken from my house showing the different proposal lots and respective hole numbers, and ask how homes on these lots will not harm my view of the course. And I know we have to develop homes in this area to make it successful. My only request is that these lots not be rezoned and keep them as green space and to keep our views of the holes that we were promised years ago.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Glorios, do you have anything else to say?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll go to rebuttal. Mr. Shane?
Thank you. Do I have the time that I reserved initially as well?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope that I won't need all that time, but it may be that my client wants to address you as well. Again, I go back to the purpose that we're before you this evening, and that is that we have, as the owner of the property, the developer of the PUD, we have the right to make or seek to make an amendment to the PUD. And we do not believe that the arguments presented by the residents and their attorney are valid arguments for your consideration as it relates to the amendment of the PUD. It doesn't mean that I don't hear what they've said and I don't understand it, because I do understand it. But with all due respect, we do not believe that there were ever any promises, ever any contract, nor is there any law that prohibits us from making what we believe are appropriate enhancements, changing the route of the golf course, and of course creating these 7 lots. With regard to the drainage concern, I would not idly dismiss the question, because I think it's only fair that the drainage concern be addressed. But tonight, in the amendment of the PUD, is not the time to address that drainage concern, because as you know, tonight, if you make a recommendation to amend the PUD, it will still be incumbent upon the developer to come back and present, obviously, engineered drawings showing and convincing you, or your staff initially, and ultimately you, that the water is going to properly be taken care of. We're not talking about a major resurrection to the drainage plan here by virtue of these changes. I'm not suggesting there may not need to be some drainage accommodations, but Mr. Burks, our engineer, has already contemplated those changes, and I am confident and comfortable that at the right time we will present to you a drainage plan that has been approved by your staff and that will assure you that the drainage not only will work, but that it will not in any way unduly encumber these folks' properties. I would also at least suggest that my client has been working on this project for many, many months, and she feels very confident that she has the overwhelming support of the residents in the PUD for this change. This is not something that has not been discussed globally within the Money Hill community. Just to the contrary, I find it interesting that there is no resolution from the HOA or its board in opposition. There's not a petition that's being presented to you by a large mass of people. And that doesn't mean that their comments are out of place. That is not what I'm suggesting. What I am suggesting, though, is that I think in balance, a lot of people have looked at the proposed change and understand why the developer wants to do this and believes that it's a reasonable accommodation. I might also add, if you'll take a look at the drawing, whether that's pages 2, 3, or 4 to your staff report, it does not mean that these two couples' lots have poor views or no views at all. We believe that they still have very aesthetic views of the Money Hill PUD. Granted, they're different. I'm not suggesting they're the same. But what I am suggesting is that as staff has suggested to you, the proposed amendment works within the philosophy of this PUD. It continues to reinforce the idea of integration of, in this instance, single-family residential living with appropriate green space around it. So for that reason, we again would appreciate your recommendation of this major amendment to the PUD. And if you'd give me just one moment, I need to confer with my client.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are all of my comments.
Okay, thank you. You're up for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I point out that my clients originally bought other lots in this subdivision. The developer's sales team came to them and sold them these lots at a premium price for this view to allow this developer to come in and cheat the residents out of what they sold them. Your mission is to protect the citizens of St. Tammany, not developers. And I implore you to protect these citizens. They were sold something, they were promised it, and just because the developer, because they control the board, they control the PUD, they don't have to have input from the residents because they've developed it that way. But you stand as the only border to protect them from this type of unscrupulous activity. We implore you, hold them to their promise. Don't let them come in after the fact and take away what they sold them at a premium. Again, my clients didn't come in and buy this lot and then just happen to not realize they might not have the view. They bought other lots that didn't have a view and were upsold by their sales team these lots. And it's unconscionable, it's an unfair trade practice, and they should not be allowed to do it. And I ask this commission to prevent them from doing this so that other citizens aren't affected this way either. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gloriosa. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to speak if I could, please, and I'll fill out a card. Terry Stevens, 725 Dove Park Road. I'm a licensed architect, a commercial architect. I think I mentioned that the last time I was here. Something was said a few minutes ago that stuck in my craw, and I need to ask for clarification. Nobody has a right to modify an owner doesn't have a right to modify a PUD. They have the right to request a modification of the PUD, correct? Correct? So Mr. Shane misspoke, correct? Correct. Thank you so much.
Okay. We're in rebuttal. Anyone else wish to speak? Please state your name and address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave Banowitz. My wife Tracy and I live at 913 Camp Hill Drive in Money Hill. Tracy and I bought our lot in Money Hill in 2017, and we completed construction of our house in September of 2019. I am here to oppose the rezoning to the extent that it creates lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. Before I get into the reasons for that, I did want to mention that it was stated that the HOA has not taken a position on this. Actually, at the last meeting of the HOA, there was no discussion of this rezoning change due to pending litigation. So it's a bit much to take the position that nothing, no position was taken. It was not allowed to be discussed. I have two reasons for opposing this zoning request. The first is, as alluded to, Money Hill has what I'll generally describe as traditional lots. These are the ones that you have a neighbor on each side and a neighbor behind you. It also has amenity lots. These typically adjoin either the golf course or other green space set aside by the developer. The Sperriers and the Prestonbergs obviously adjoin the golf course. My wife and I adjoin a small lake and substantial green space around that lake. Again, as alluded to, these amenity lots sell for a premium. I think it is a very bad precedent for this commission to allow the developer to essentially remove the property feature that creates the amenity for which they have, in fact, charged a premium. To say that's double dipping puts it mildly. The second reason that I oppose this rezoning request is it changes the nature of Camp Hill Drive. When shopping for property, you look at a lot more than just the lot. You look at the general neighborhood, the streetscape, etc. These 4 lots, lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, are all part of the existing golf course. When we drove down Camp Hill Drive, it was extremely nice not to have wall-to-wall houses and to see a significant chunk of green space as part of that streetscape. I believe it enhances our property values, and I believe that approving this zoning request changes the aesthetic nature of Camp Hill Drive and will, in fact, lead to a degradation of home values for those of us who are already living there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. We've had rebuttal on both sides. We've had presentation on both sides. So I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Smale.
To me, this is open and shut. I mean, these homeowners were sold lots in a subdivision. They were sold lots on a golf course with a nice view. And they should be able to maintain that view on the golf course. And they were upsold. They actually bought a lot in a different part of the subdivision, apparently. Moved to these lots because they are such a premium lots, charged a premium for them. And now just for profit, because land is going for so much money right now, they want to take away these views of these homeowners, and I think it's the wrong thing to do. So I want to make a motion to deny.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smale to deny. Commissioner Crawford.
I'll second the motion.
Second by Commissioner Crawford. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion carries to deny, correct?
Motion to deny here, right?
That's correct. All right. So we've got that item done. And let's see. Mr. Shane will move over to item 10. Item 10 is case 2022-2801-ZC. Existing zoning is A2. Proposed zoning is ED1, Primary Education District. Parcel located on the west side of Louisiana Highway 1077, south of Galetas Road, north of C.S. Owen Road, Madisonville, Ward 1, District 1. It's 3.25 acres. Petitioner is Jeffrey Shane. Owner is St. Tammany Parish School Board, Council District 1. Staff?
Petitioner is requesting to change the zoning classification from A2 Suburban District to ED1 Primary Education District. The subject property is currently developed with an existing single-family residential dwelling and is adjacent to existing residential dwellings and undeveloped land to the northeast and west, and the Madisonville Elementary School to the south. The purpose of the site's current A2 Suburban District zoning classification is to allow for one single-family residence per acre. The purpose of the requested ED1 Primary Education District is to provide for the location of public or private schools that generally serve smaller student populations. If the zoning change is approved, the property must comply with landscape, parking, and drainage standards required for all commercial developments.
Thank you. Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff Shane again of the Jones Fussell Law Firm, P.O. Box 1810 in Covington, and I represent the St. Tammany Parish School Board, which asked you to make a recommendation of zoning this evening of ED1 of a 3.25 acre parcel that it recently purchased to add to its campus. If I could ask you to go to the third page of your staff report, which is a Google overlay. It shows the existing school campus in blue. You'll see subject property located at the southwest intersection of Galetas Road and Highway 1077. Please note that there's no residences in the immediate proximity. Across the street, there's literally a daycare center, a kids club facility, next to it, a church facility. And I'm happy to say that with the acquisition of this property, the school board is in the process of implementing some changes to its master plan, which will allow it to build a driveway off of Galetas Road through that blue finger that you see currently zoned DD1, sort of on the northwest corner of our campus. Currently, the cars and buses, et cetera, leave 1077, go down Galetas Road, and they actually turn onto a road called C.S. Owens Road, which is a parish public road. And it definitely has created some conflict in terms of just a lot of cars and other private individuals that depend on that road for access. So I'm happy to say we've been trying to buy this tract for decades, literally, and the property owner finally decided that she was ready to move to a nursing home, and she and her family graciously sold it to the school board. Again, this allows us to further facilitate our master plan. So with those thoughts in mind, we would appreciate your consideration and recommendation of a change of zoning to EDU1 for the obvious reasons. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor of this change? All right, I have a card here for Brian Pesser.
Passes, close enough.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brian Pessis. I live at 350 Highway 1077. I guess that was left out of your report, saying there was no houses directly across from there. The last time I was in front of the city council was for a fire station to the right of my property. And it was voted through. Fire chief came out and spoke with us, said our insurance would go down and they won't run the sirens. Great, I deal with that. Our house starts where the school zone starts, which is about 50 feet from Galatas. I have a 300-year-old oak tree and a very beautiful piece of property next to the power station. We chose to buy there because there's vacant land across the street and single-family homes to the right of us, a property that has been owned there for a while. There's actually 3 homes on that property. There's a blighted home behind our house, which on Keys, which runs all the way down to the behind our property, that has not been addressed, or the drainage. So now you're going to buy the property, which has already been bought, and build a school, possibly another school and a driveway that will divert the traffic from behind off of a highway, which is 45 miles an hour for a school zone, or 40, and a 55 mile per hour highway. So now that I'm looking across from a single-family home, I'm going to look at additional school, which they've already made lots of lights that already shine into my property, so now we'll have more. I wasn't opposed till I found out what they were going to do. So now I'm going to have a fire station, an additional school right across, and now you're telling me you're going to put a driveway in front of my house where school's going to come in and let out. Now, we bought this property almost 8 years ago because it's quiet, off the beaten path, family homes. And now it's turning into commercial in school zone and fire zone. Yes, there is a nursery on the other side of the power station. So yes, it's very upsetting. I'm trying not to get upset because we've been there for a while and it's quiet, and that's why we moved there. And so now we have an acre of land that is now between a school district and a fire station, or a future fire station. So my question is, obviously I know what the plan is. 1077 already has a problem getting drainage done. I've called over almost a year ago to get my culvert changed out and the drains dug out before the storm last year. That didn't happen. So if they build up the drainage, is that going to change only on that side of the street, which means that the other side won't be adequate? I don't know. I know it sounds like I'm opposed to education and expansion. That's not the case. The case is that if I decided, okay, well, now I want to zone my property for single-family dwelling or commercial, and I come in front of this board, will it get voted that I can now sell it either one? I don't know. You can't answer that right now because I haven't petitioned for it. But I have a feeling that it may get shot down. So I wasn't opposed to it before, but now I'm just not happy about it. I don't know what will happen. It's in your hands. I don't have an attorney. I can't joust with somebody that has all the acumens of an attorney. I'm a citizen that pays good money in taxes to this parish, and it's growing around us, and I understand you can't stop progress, but to come in, put a sign, don't tell us what's going on. Nobody put knockers to make sure we have this meeting. I may be the only person here for this, but at some point, when is enough enough? When are we going to be able to know that the property we bought is not going to be overshadowed by a fire station or by a school and just be, what does that do? Another school? A private school other than the elementary school? That's going to be more traffic, more people, more trash in our ditches that never gets picked up. Now, I pick it up, but there's going to be more stuff. And I'm sorry that I'm getting a little rambling on here, but it's just a little upsetting that we just get ambushed. And that's how I felt about the fire station. That's how I feel about this. They could have come by and say, hey, just want to let you know, we bought the property across the street. We're thinking about building a school. But no, we have to come here. We find out. My wife called. Nobody in the planning would call her back or answer the phone. And I just think that whatever you decide is on you guys, but I just don't think it's right. So thank you for your time. I'm sorry if I rambled on, but thank you.
Sir, are you on the north side of?
So if you look at the house, I don't know what plans you have, but when you're coming from I-12,
That was on that map.
this is, so where's the power station on here? Right here. If you see the power station, sir, that little house next to it,
Northeast.
if you see the power station,
So you're not really across the street from this proposed.
Not at all.
that's not true. If you stand on my driveway, it's to right to where that door, I could walk and be on that property. I can see it from my house, I can see it from my porch. I see the lights from the new school in my property. Like I said, I understand that progress is progress and growth is growth. But I want everybody in this council to be on record that if you own property on 1077 or anywhere else, they're coming for yours too. And they're not looking out for the people of this parish.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I wasn't planning on speaking about this either, but when I heard him mention that nobody was notified, it occurred to me there is it's an ordinance, I believe. It's called a abutter notification. And all properties within a certain amount of footage, mileage, I don't know how long it is, I don't know how much it ended up being, 300 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet. I don't know whether it actually includes differences in zoning categories, but it should, because if you're going to go from residential to commercial, that circle should be broader than perhaps if you were going something lesser. But in this case, the onus is upon the petitioner to have secured the abutter notification forms. Is there a form by the parish? Does the parish have a form that has to be filled out and returned to the parish to prove that the abutter notifications had gone out to each and every resident that was affected by this?
The staff takes care of that.
They do, and so there's a record of that. There's a public record of the abutter notifications and when they came back. So you can look those up and you can tell this man whether he got one or not. Or his neighbors.
Would you like me to answer, Mr. Chairman?
I'll go ahead and answer it, but I would think, yes, we should be able to look it up.
I can look it up, yes.
Okay.
That would be, that,
Would you
yeah.
like me to look it up in this form or through a public records request?
All I got was a notice on my door hanger that said,
You don't have the floor right now.
I think that should be reviewed, and until that's confirmed, I would recommend that you postpone this issue because you will effectively be creating a commercial property out of this man's residential property, and that's not what he bought it for. He bought it for other reasons, thinking all of his adjacent neighbors were going to be residential just like him. So, I don't know, he's right. That's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Mr. Shane, you want to go to rebuttal?
Well, thank you. I stand by my suggestion that there's no property that abuts the track in question. I believe the gentleman's property is northeast or catty corner. I stand by the proposition, and take a look at maybe page 2 of your staff report that shows the existing zonings and the properties to the west, north, and east. That doesn't mean to suggest that he's not catty corner, not northeast, and he may have views. I don't know if you picked it up, but contrary to what the gentleman said, he just acknowledged from the audience that he had a door hanger on his door, which I assume is not a door hanger that the man on the moon put there, but someone that the parish put there in accordance with the abutment ordinance. Also, contrary to what Ms. Stevens said, there's no petition for commercial zoning here. There's a request for zoning for EDU. Now, to make sure the record is complete, there was no suggestion in my presentation, and I will reaffirm it now. There is no current plan to build any buildings on this parcel. This will become part of the campus, and it will allow for the continued development of the master plan of the campus, which in turn is going to allow for the redirection of all of the cars that currently stack on Gladys and or CS Owens Road, public roads. We're going to get them off the public roads and get them on the private roads. So I'm very proud of the fact that the school board took the step to purchase the property when it became available. I think it shows it's being a good steward, trying to provide good opportunities not only for the children to be educated, but for people to easily or more easily come to and from the school in a safe, efficient, and convenient manner. So with all due respect to the comments made by the opposition, I would appreciate your consideration of our request that you recommend a change of zoning to EDU for this 3.25 acres. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You have rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I apologize for my outburst earlier. This man on the moon hanger said there was a zoning meeting and never said what it was for. Now, his
That's
words
what
are very,
it's
I understand. His words are very elegant. The plans, they're planning on maybe putting access to a private road. What is considered a private road versus a public road? Is not 1077 a public road? What private road is he talking about? I'm a little confused. Is Gladys a private road?
No,
Okay,
it's public.
so,
They're probably going to put a separate road across there that will be owned and maintained by the school board.
where would it go?
That's a guess on my part.
Okay, and maybe he can answer that for us in his rebuttal. No, not yet. Have a seat. You'll have your moment. I got 4 minutes left. Thank you very much. When you have your time. Okay, then I'll leave you some time. Okay. He's trying to twist the words about education. I'm not opposed to education. I'm not opposed to growth. I think the way it went about it and the situation was not handled properly. I'm okay, I have the right to say that. When I bought the property, the lady that was here earlier, she's right. We bought it because it was a residential, right? There was a house across the street, nice lady, always kept up the property. The neighbors beside us, they're building another house across there. I don't know what they're going to do with that vacant land. Is the school board going to try and buy that and build another school, more property? I know we can't control that, but at some point, at some point in time, when we bought a house for one thing and the view, then it turns into something else. Not necessarily the view, it's a highway. We see cars, right? There will be a traffic issue if they put a driveway off of 1077. There's already a traffic issue now. It backs up in front of my house with the school zone, and they made a new entrance down by the church when they built the new school. There's a driveway right there. They choose to make it go on the backside of the property. They have ample enough space to go straight down and come down between the school and the old school and the new school for drop off and pickup. So this, I guess, talking about maybe building a driveway, maybe building a school, they don't know. They don't even know what they're going to do with that yet. I can assure you if they have the space, 3 acres, and they get the funding to build a private school or a magnet school, they will do it. So, on contrary to the attorney, I don't have any opposed to education or growth. It's just the way it was done. I'm sure you're going to pass it. It's best for the community. I just wanted you guys to know that I don't like the way it was done. The door hanger, the thing, nothing ever states what's going to happen. If he knew in the plans, how come that wasn't put on our notices? That this is a planning thing to expand the property to become a parking lot and a private road for school drop-off. Now that I know that, now I can make a decision whether I'm going to keep that property or not, or rezone it, or ask for rezoning. And I hope you'll be as favorable with myself and my wife when we come to do that in front of you, if that's what we choose to do. So I have no disrespect for this council, the parish, or the school board. I'm just emotional because things are continuing to change and we get ambushed every time. That's the way I feel. That might not be true because you put a little yellow door hanger saying there's a zoning meeting. You sent us something in the mail that said there's going to be a zoning meeting. But nobody told us what was being done. And so I think that if you, in the future, if you're going to do that and you already knew what it was going to be planning for, that should be notified to the people of St. Tammany. Thank you.
Mr. Shane, you want to comment on?
Yeah, if I could respectfully, I assume you probably can't put the Google overlay up on the screen. So I think I'd like to just show you. I know where I live. This area here is where the driveway would be.
Okay, what is this?
That's the piece that we're rezoning.
For?
We have no plan for it, to all the campus.
So you have no plan to expand it?
Nope. As I said earlier, and I know I was off the record, but I wanted to make sure he knew, and I want to make sure you know where the driveway is going to be. It's on what I'll call the northwesterly blue finger of your colored overlay. The tract that we were able to acquire, we want to have zoned so it can become part of the campus. We do not have a current plan to build structures on that site or make use of it. We really only were able to acquire it a couple of, I'm going to say 3 months ago, plus or minus. And it obviously does us no good to own it as A2 with a single-family residence on it. Again, the parish the parish promulgates the procedure by which someone can seek to make a zoning change. We made the filing. It's the parish's obligation to notify those that are in the proximities. We assume those notifications were made, and we're very comfortable with what we're suggesting this evening. We think it's the right thing to do, and we ask that you concur.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. All right, I'm going to close the floor to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Ress.
Well, the problem we have in the parish, and it continues to crop up, and it's going to continue until we change what we do. We've got zoning along major arterials. We don't have very many major roads, but the ones we do, too many of them are zoned for residential. And where do you put commercial or business properties along major roadways? The problem is, a good part of the parish is still zoned with residential along those roads. And that's why we run into these kinds of problems. A person buys a lot, they build a house, nobody's around for years, and then all of a sudden, as the parish keeps growing, now we need places to put business, we have schools and whatever, and now what do? You can't put them on some old back road, you don't even know where the business is at. And so I see where we're going to continue to have a problem with this until we get this under control within the parish in a rezoning, some kind of zoning map that, so we don't continue. And the northern part of the parish who continually thinks they're unaffected by this stuff, their day's coming. It's just a matter of when. This parish will keep growing. There's no stopping it in my mind, just like the rest of the country. As long as there's more people, there's going to need more places to live, and people will sell properties as estates sell, and we're going to have more of this. The school system itself, in my mind, has done a terrible job of planning where their schools are. These roads, we've got them all on major arterials with 2 lanes. There's no extra lanes added for the traffic. This is probably the best thing I've heard so far, that they're actually considering putting in some roadway to get the people off the roads. If you remember correctly, the people that lived behind this school were before us not too long ago, because we were getting ready to change some of this zoning for a roadway to come in the back way, if I'm not mistaken, and they were very upset. You know, I think what you're trying to do here is the right answer. Unfortunately, this gentleman's arguments are, I feel, if I was him, I'd feel the same way. But I have a feeling, I don't know there's an easy answer for these people that have bought on these major arterial roads. And we've seen it on 22. We're seeing it all across the parish. We're seeing it on 1088. We're going to see it on every one of these roads. And somehow we need to do something about that from an upfront standpoint, and I think it's zoning. I just think we've got to shut down as much of this residential zoning along our main roads. It should be set back behind the road with access points. But at any point, this plan to get the traffic off of 1077, off Gladys Road, off CSO is needed probably badly. I haven't been over there during school time, but I got a pretty good idea. I see it all the time on 59 in front of Fontainebleau High School. You drive down Solt Street in Mandeville, you'll see this everywhere we got a school, because there's not enough road for the amount of people that are driving their kids to these schools, or the kids themselves are driving. So getting them off there, Jeff, you know, you talk about this as what it's planned to be. I think the concern of school growth and adding more schools, growing the school onto this property as time goes on, is not unrealistic that could happen. And hopefully when that comes before the parish, they'll address, somehow figure the traffic part of it out. But in the interim, getting the people off the road seems like the right thing to do. Thank you.
Commissioner Crawford.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Jeff, I had a quick question for you. The little finger in the back, the ED1, we addressed that a year ago or so. I think the parish owned it and it was residential, and they wanted to use that as a back driveway. Is that currently being used as that?
The ED1 area, no.
No.
CS Owens Road runs south off of Gladys Road and then runs east back to 1077. CS Owens Road is being used as the access to the school.
Okay, are there plans to change the traffic flow with the new property and with this finger property?
Yes, sir. So as I hopefully conveyed earlier, the idea would be is to take the traffic off of 1077 onto Gladys, but never let it get to CS Owens Road. We would build a driveway that would have incredible stacking capability on our property so that the parking lot of cars would be on the school campus, which is ideally is where it ought to be.
Right.
We would contain those cars, and then we have the ability to disperse those cars at 1077, which is where they currently leave now, going south on CS Owens Road.
Okay, but the new parcel is not part of that plan at this point?
No, sir, it is not.
It is not, okay.
It was a parcel that became available, and with the school having the investment it has at that location and the incredible growth in District 1, the school board would have been foolhardy not to take advantage of the opportunity to purchase this property, to use it in some form or fashion in the future as whatever may be needed. I mean, I believe, contrary to some of the comments made this evening, I think the school board has done a good job in attempting to plan and grow its facilities with the incredible growth of our population. It has happened so fast.
In this particular place, I agree with you. I've been watching this for years, and it's certainly the surrounding area has exploded, and the school has kept up with it. And hopefully, the traffic situation is tough. So hopefully, it'll be improved. So I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Crawford to approve. Commissioner Truxillo.
I understand the situation that Mr. Pesci had there. Being a residential area next to a school, and the school is definitely growing. I passed there many mornings during school time, and traffic is definitely terrible. And anything that the school can do to get the traffic off the main arteries is a good idea, so I second it.
We have a second by Commissioner Truxillo. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
With one abstain, right?
And one abstain, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll go back to the front of the agenda. All right, the next case we're going to hear is it's item 1. Case is 2022-2725-ZC. Existing zoning is A3 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A3 Suburban District and Manufactured Housing Overlay, MHO. Parcel located on the southwest corner of Oak Street and Lakeview Drive, Slidell, Ward 9, District 12. It's .187 acres. The petitioner is Natasha Jones and Carlos Monteroso. The owner is Natasha Jones. This is Council District 12, and it was postponed from the April 5th meeting. Staff?
Is requesting to change the zoning classification from A3 Suburban District to A3 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. A majority of the House Beach subdivision is zoned A3 Suburban District, which allows single-family residential dwellings as a permitted use. The subject site is currently undeveloped, and the surrounding neighborhood is comprised of a mixture of existing stick-built and manufactured homes. Based on the current and most available data from Google Earth in January 2019, the residential structure count for the neighborhood include approximately 30 mobile homes and 5 stick-built homes. This information does not account for potential vacant structures. A change in zoning will allow the applicant to apply for a building permit for the placement of a new mobile home.
Thank you. All right. I have a card from Jamie Lindsay, who wishes to speak. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Lindsay. I live in Bush, Louisiana, and I own a piece of property to the south. And currently the neighborhood there has been underutilized and underdeveloped since Hurricane Katrina. Basically, the neighborhood lost many of its houses at that point in time. And while some of the mobile homes were brought back and from being grandfathered in, most of them didn't return, and obviously most of the stick-built houses didn't return either. There was only a few that were renovated in the neighborhood there. Currently, I don't see stick-built houses coming back to the area. If builders were going to buy in that area and build in that area, they would have done so in the period of time. The problem is several things. One, of course, is flood insurance. One, of course, is building insurance. There's also building restrictions that have changed for the area over time. And while I would love to see a stick-built house built on my property and several of the other pieces of property there, it's not really economically feasible for the people who are going to build and so forth. Ms. Jones, and along with others, have worked hard to try to build a house for themselves, and mobile homes for this area are one direction to go. Obviously, stick-built houses can be built in the future, along with manufactured homes on pilings. As of right now, this may be the only way to get this neighborhood back into a neighborhood type feel. Right now, it's woods, empty lots, and houses and mobile homes scattered throughout it. And myself, the property to the south, I'd be happy to have the Joneses right next door to my piece of property there. And I'll go ahead and leave it to the Jones to speak to you about their intentions. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Natasha Jones? And you're the petitioner, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Natasha Jones, and this is my little baby Carlos and my husband, who is also owner of the property. I'm reintroducing myself to you all. I am a full-time mother. I'm an interpreter. My husband works in rebar, and we're just trying to build something for ourselves. We worked very hard to save the money in order to buy the property, and we were excited about it, very excited, because it was something of our own, which everyone wants something of their own. You grow up knowing that this is what you want. You want something that you can be proud of, and you say, this could be a part of my legacy. And that's what we're trying to do. However, right now with the prices of homes going up, stick-built homes, it is extremely expensive. And it is very, very difficult right now. And we do know that going with a manufactured home, we would be able to save more money. And there are properties that are around us that it's completely abandoned. We may be able to save in order to beautify the area. Because I do have pictures. Unfortunately, I don't have enough for each of you all to have a copy of what we look at. And another thing, we bought the land, we cleaned the land up. My husband is over there, he drives me nuts. Every weekend, he wants to be on the land, he wants to be cutting something and doing something, but I understand. He wants to take care of what is ours and make it look nice. And so these are some pictures, if I could. Just to show what we look at. It's, as was stated, there are manufactured homes, abandoned lots, tree overgrowths. We actually had trees on our land, which we didn't know the land extended that far out. And we came in and we cut it down. You know, if we can make things look better, we definitely want to do that. We don't want to be a part of the problem. We want to be a part of the solution.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor of this zoning change? All right, I'll go to those that have turned in a card and wish to speak against. Fleming Hatcher?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Fleming Hatcher. Just to be correct, this is 2754? Okay, all right. That is confused then. No, I'm 2754. That's why I'm asking, because it must have got mixed in. Must have got mixed in, so he just called me up, so. Oh, you're just asking if I was here?
Which case?
He's here for 2754.
Okay, we'll change that. And, Clifford Schuler? Clifford Schuler. Good evening.
My name's Clifford Schuler. I live at 56243 Beach Drive, House Beach subdivision. Now, I heard someone mention, I believe this gentleman, that there was 30 mobile homes back there. There was never 30 mobile homes back there. I've been back there since 1975. I was there when Bill Garrett made the subdivision up. There was never that many trailers back there. Now, I can tell you this, as of right now, we have only 6 occupied trailers right now back there. And they are nice, I'll give it that. They are well taken care of. There's people that were grandfathered in after the storm. However, there's 16 homes back there right now. A brand one, I have photos of it, there's one that they're building right now. There's a street up on Parish, and that's how they've been building them. Since the storm, we had 5 homes built back there, and they all raised on pollards. We don't want trailers to come back there again, because if you look at the photos I took, people just abandon them. After so long, they start falling apart, they just leave them. And we can do nothing about it. I call and call and call. I can't get none of them cleaned up. We have one of them blocking the street. Been there since the storm, since Katrina. That's been a long time. It's actually blocking the street. Another problem with the trailers they found out, our streets are not, what would you say, I guess, legal, wide enough. Every time they bring a mobile home back there before the storm, we were blocked into our subdivision. We have one road in, one road out. They can never make that turn in the front from Frank Pichon to Cleveland, never. And boy, you could be blocked in for hours at a time. And we had 3 people so far recently, but a fellow that spoke recently for it, sure he wants it. His fiance or whatever tried to put a trailer in and was rejected. So sure, he's for it. He wants trailers. He don't live there. He lives in Bush. So what does he care? But what I'm saying is, it's a nice neighborhood. It really is, and it's coming up now. People are building. I spoke to the contractor that's building a house right now. It's in the photos. And he's got a plan to build another one back there. I said, well, that's nice. Let's build homes, not trailers. It devalues the property. Now, where them statistics come from with 30 trailers, I've been back there all my life. I've been back there since subdivision was made. I was back there when it was dirt roads with Bill Garrett. There was never, ever 30 trailers back there. I don't know where the information come from.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Rose Schuler? Good evening.
Good evening, and thank y'all for hearing us out again. You've heard from us many times. My name is Rose Schuler. I live at 56218 Beach Street, which is right up to the street from where Miss Jones and Mr. Monterosso wants to put a trailer. I felt like I needed to be a little bit more prepared. Last time at the meeting I mentioned, I felt like I was at a disadvantage because I wasn't going against, some business or some company or some contractor or some lawyer. I was going against real people, people like me, people like you, or maybe like you used to be. but when I lost my trailer after Katrina, it took us a while before we could build up an income to where we could afford to put something else on that property. By that time, you guys had changed the zoning to only allow houses. So I built a house. I built a nice house, okay? I'm up on pilings, I'm 13 feet in the air, I have 11-foot ceilings, I have 3/4-inch African cherry floors, I have tile throughout, I have tile bathrooms, I have 2 master bedrooms and a big bathroom, okay? I will never, even if we never put another trailer in that subdivision, I will never get the worth of my house. I will never get the money that we put into that home, okay? I took a little tour this morning, as a matter of fact, and I counted all of the dwellings. I found 10 occupied trailers. I found 5 abandoned trailers. I found 18 homes, all occupied. No, only 17 occupied. 1 is currently under construction. At the last meeting, Ms. Jones mentioned that they're going to have to lift their trailer up 11 feet. I can't help but wonder, is it even safe to put a single-wide trailer 11 feet in the air? How do you tie down a trailer that's 11 feet in the air? And is it fair after you required me to build a home to now change the zoning, allowing trailers into the subdivision, which will only depreciate my property? Mrs. Jones also mentioned when she was presented with the question, are you buying a new trailer or a used trailer? And her answer was, whatever we can afford, okay? And I appreciate that. I appreciate whatever you can afford. New trailers are very expensive. I'd like to encourage Ms. Jones. There are usually several gentlemen working with her husband on the lot. I see them in the weekend, even though this weekend all he had is little things to peddle around because you're right, she cut all the trees down. She cut all the trees down. Okay, I think y'all require businesses to plant trees if there's no trees on the property. But they cut all the trees down. The property is wiped clean. I think it's Jamie, who lives in Bush, he said he would feel honored if she owned the property next to him. So is the property he owned the one with the trailer that has been abandoned since Katrina? Is that the property he owns? And have you guys required him to remove the trailer as you required my brother-in-law to remove his house that was destroyed after Katrina? It's just a double-sided coin, and I feel like we're not being treated fairly. Again, I don't know Ms. Jones. I don't know Mr. Monterosa. They just look like normal people. But couldn't those same people that are clearing his property help them build a home? That's what we did. We did all the construction ourselves. And how do you skirt a trailer that's 11 feet in the air? That is a requirement. It has to be skirted. Again, like I say, I question the safety. I question the appearance. you know, I'm not going to question if they're going to take care of it or not. It's their new home. Of course, their intentions are to take care of it. That's what all of our intentions are, you know? But what happens when another storm comes and it floats up off its foundation and knocks my house off of the foundation? Because that's what happened, again, to my brother-in-law. Trailer floated, poop, knocked his house off the foundation, it's gone. I just would like to see the very wise decision that y'all made when y'all changed the zoning to residential to withstand. I see people building, just since Katrina, and I'd like to say there were probably more, but I can only say 5 for sure. New homes built since Katrina, mine being one of them. Except for the very few that were grandfathered in, no new trailers have come to that area. And, you know, we read somewhere, I don't know if anybody mentioned it, that there were 30 trailers and 5 stick-built homes. When we first moved in the neighborhood, we knew everyone, not just next door to us, not just across the street from us. We knew every single person in that subdivision. Unfortunately, some have passed, some lost their homes and couldn't afford to come back, you know, for a lot of reasons. And now, it's not the same, and it's a little disheartening, because I liked it when I knew every single person in the subdivision. And now I do not. But I ran out of time.
Yes.
Just thank y'all.
I have one more card. It's Penny Schuler.
We do 2 minutes?
2 minutes, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Penny Schuler. We have property back there. I have a house back there. I had 2 houses back there before Katrina. There was a trailer across the street from us before Katrina that floated. It hit one house, knocked all the brick off. It took the other one and knocked it off the foundation. We had to destroy it. Then it floated down the street, hit my brother-in-law's house, did a lot of damage, and ended up in the middle of the street, which it stayed there for a very long time. I don't see the parish coming back there and enforcing any of the codes. Last time we were here, they made a list, they came out, they put some citing papers there. There's a trailer been in the backyard since Katrina, and they put a new trailer in, left the old one there. It's still there. I don't see it happening, but the homes are being kept up. The mobile homes are not. So I think they've covered everything that I have to say, so thank you for hearing us out.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go to rebuttal. If someone wishes to speak for and rebuttal.
As they were talking about height restrictions and so forth, regulations of code and building standards have changed a lot, and probably those that did have problems with Katrina were probably older and would not be under the regulations of today's standards. I think those things are up to an engineering standpoint. I wanted to point out that that both those houses are on Beach Street, and this is on Lakeview, and there are only mobile homes on Lakeview, and the property in question, there's a mobile home if you're facing it to the right, and then one catty corner. There is that abandoned mobile home on a property that is not mine. Mine is the empty lot to the left there, and I just like to point out that this would be away from those people's houses, and that this would be up to engineering to make it secure so that the whole neighborhood is protected. And I'd like to have them come up and address some more.
Natasha, you can come on up. You're in rebuttal.
Hello again. I appreciate the assumptions that have been made, that we will be buying a single wide because, maybe we might not be financially able, because I said it's a possibility that we would have a used mobile home, but that's not correct. We were looking into double wides. Also, my husband is very good with his hands. He knows how to sheetrock things. He knows how to make things turn around. So I just wanted to address that, as well as, we haven't quite received the welcome wagon where we are. The lady stated that she knows that my husband has had like 7 people on the land. They have been watching us. They have stopped by. They have even told us, if somebody messes with my grandchild, they're messing with me. It's a lot of assumptions here, and I don't like it. I told my husband, I said, we're trying to do something for ourselves, but I feel uncomfortable. I really do, because it feels like we're not welcomed. And yes, there is change. In order to continue to build, there will always be change. So I'm sorry that it wasn't like it was used to, the way it used to be. However, I'm a very nice person. I'm a hard worker and I'm a go-getter. And I'm gonna make our place the best place for us. And if we can make our block even better than what it looks right now, then so be for it. And as far as building trees, putting trees in, well, if you don't clear the trees, how are you gonna build a home? I'm more than sure at some point in time, this lady had trees in her area, but it had to be cleared for her house. So that is what we're trying to do. We are trying to get a home we can afford. We like to fence it in. We want to plant some trees and some little pretty flowers and have our children in an area where they can play and enjoy life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, rebuttal on those that are against.
Yes, I'd like to correct one thing. The fellow said there's no houses on Lakeview, only trailers. That's not correct. The photos show the blue house you see up on Powers is there, and that beige house is on Lakeview. So I don't know why he said that. That's beyond me. But the whole issue here is, if we let one in, and then another comes, and then another comes, before you know it, the neighborhood, it's not going to, the value of the property is going to be nothing. And we went through this would be the 3rd time, and the council actually agreed with us, Mr. Bender, saying it should, he actually rode back there, because I saw his vehicle back there, and he checked out the place. And he said, his opinion, it should be strictly stick-built homes.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against in rebuttal?
I would like to apologize to Ms. Jones for assuming that she is getting a single wide. I did not have any information towards that. The only information we had is that it looked like she was going to buy something used. And I would only like to, again, encourage her with her husband in his good hands to build a home. Build a home. It's really not that hard. And if, with all the help that they have, it looks like I could have it done in no time, and everything, y'all heard everything I said, and it's not because they don't have enough money, because I don't have money, okay? I'm on disability. I live below the poverty line. Okay, this isn't about looks, about financial. I mean, most of the people back there live below the poverty line, okay? But we get to, because we built our home ourselves and we didn't have to pay for labor, we were able to build a nice home with some people who might come in and think we got money, and we don't. As I said, I'm on disability, and we live below the poverty line. I would love to have Miss Jones and Mr. Monterosa in our subdivision. Okay, we are a mixed community, you know, and it's great because my grandchildren and my children grew up with that non-diversity of community, you know, but we just don't want our property values to suffer. If my property value has to suffer to get Miss Jones and Mr. Monterosa to be my neighbor, then no, I don't want them to be my neighbor. I would like them to build a home, a great home, like she said, a beautiful home, and plant trees and make it wonderful. You know, I'd like to see her do that. I just don't want the mobile homes in the subdivision. We made progress when we stepped forward and said, no more mobile homes. When they told me that, I built a house. And I'd like to see them do the same, and others that come after them. I appreciate any consideration you give to the comments we have made, and I thank you for your...
Thank you. All right, we're in rebuttal of those that are against, and that should be all of the people that originally spoke. So I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is obviously a very, very sensitive matter. The area is already zoned A3, is capable for A3. With very, very interesting information that you all shared with us, some historical information and some of the photos and what's being out there now. And Ms. Jones and Mr. Mr. Mann, they're trying their best, and we all are aware of the financial situation with the economics and all of that. It's tough everywhere. The most important thing is making life better around each other. And it just seems as if that there's a situation here where we have an area that is capable, and staff, you share with me if I'm wrong, an area that is open for mobile homes. But because of our ordinances, if you're going to get a mobile home, you have to have a mobile home overlay. So any of the property in that area is subject to be able to have a mobile home brought in. But our ordinances forces us to require overlay. I'm going to have to go ahead on and vote in support. I make a motion that we approve this case.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Randolph to approve the zoning change with the manufactured housing overlay. Commissioner Smale.
Yeah, I appreciate that. These are difficult cases, but here, we have a subdivision here that is trying to get away from manufactured homes and to move towards stick-built homes. And I appreciate staff. I mean, I did ask for, for them to tell us how many houses and mobile homes were in these subdivisions, what's the trend. But apparently, we missed the mark in staff here with 50 mobile homes and 5 stick-built homes. Apparently that's, go ahead, Daniel. Sorry, Mitchell.
At the request of the commission last month, we calculated mobile homes based on the information that was available to us. So essentially what the procedure was to pull up the plat for the subdivision and essentially follow each street and physically count how many mobile homes that were there. We're not at liberty to essentially say what is vacant and what is currently occupied. So, when you're playing this you're estimating the amount of structures over there, there is, of course, room for, some discrepancies. But, hopefully staff will be able to have a more accurate pinpoint of structures. But it's just, this is the best that we can do, from the request of the commission. So I apologize for the discrepancy, like I said, but it is the best we can do.
And this is from counting rooftops?
Not from rooftops. The street view that we had was from 2019, but I believe the rooftops were this one was, it was a little before, like it was before 2019. So, I mean, this is the information that staff has on hand. And so in order to provide more accurate,
It certainly seems to be in conflict, and I appreciate the efforts, but it does certainly seem to be in conflict with the residents that are saying that there are many more stick-built homes in this neighborhood, a lot of vacant mobile homes in this neighborhood. I think we need to give these neighborhoods a chance to get away from manufactured homes, and I don't like the manufactured home overlay. And I want to make a motion to deny.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smale to deny. All right, Commissioner Crawford.
So just to, just to clarify, the motion on the table is motion to deny because the first motion was not seconded.
Neither one of them have been seconded.
Okay.
Last meeting we had with the second motion canceled the first motion in the last month. So what is the rule?
We should have had an opportunity. There should have been an opportunity for a second before we call the next person in the queue for a second to the motion. But if there is a second to the motion to approve, that should be called for.
So both of these are on the floor?
The motion to approve has a second.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve, and then Commissioner Smale made a motion to deny. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Before the motion was second, actually.
Well, then you're in the queue.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions of staff to start with. Excuse me. We talked last time about the comment or the rule that was made after Katrina about no mobile homes that the residents say was told to them. Can we review that again? Helen?
During the comprehensive rezoning, the council decided not to add a mobile home overlay over that particular subdivision. So that was the decision of the council to vote not to add another mobile home overlay because mobile homes were previously permitted at some point.
Okay, so basically at that time it was decided that they did not want mobile homes, new mobile homes in that area for that reason.
No, we're referring to that particular subdivision.
For that
right?
subdivision. Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm just.
Okay.
Do what, Helen?
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right.
So
the other thing is these mobile homes in that area would have to be raised 11 feet in the air. Is that what I'm understanding?
I don't have the current flood elevation, but they would have to be raised. That's correct.
Okay, to base flood or whatever it
Yep.
is, yeah. Okay, and I also remember last time we said that there are currently no MHO overlays in the whole neighborhood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. So this would be the first one if this was approved.
And that's because the mobile homes or manufactured homes that are there were there probably back before Katrina, some of them. Okay, so there was no such thing as a manufactured housing overlay. Okay, and it's there now, and the way that you get a manufactured housing overlay in this area is to get a manufactured housing overlay.
Correct.
And that's what Ms. Jones
That's what they're
and her
requesting.
husband have done.
Right, okay. Taking all that into account, I will second the denial. I'll second that motion.
Okay?
Reasoning being that mobile homes raised on pilings like that and the trending of the neighborhood, I just think that this is not the time to put in the first MHO.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I do want to point out that one building permit for a stick-built home was pulled since 2012 for the neighborhood.
Okay. Since 2012.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we have now a motion and a second, which that motion was made after the motion to approve, and we have to take it first, right? Yes. Okay. So the motion that's on the floor is to deny.
And if the motion to approve does not pass, we don't need to take up the motion to deny. But there's a motion to approve that precedes the motion to deny. But we need to finish the discussion amongst the commissioners before we can take a vote.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else, Chris?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you're up.
So apparently, Helen, Ms. Lambert, there was, the parish put mobile home or manufactured home overlays over certain neighborhoods at some point in the past. Is that correct?
At some point in the past, but also during the comprehensive rezoning.
When was that? What, do you know what year that was? Was it 2009? Was it was?
So I'm going to answer your question two different ways. Prior to the Unified Development Code being approved, then certain neighborhoods of the parish had, were zoned where mobile homes were allowed. Now, after the Unified Development Code was approved, some neighborhoods in St. Tammany Parish were rezoned and with the mobile home overlay. That particular subdivision was not.
Yeah.
But basically, Helen, Ross, unless it's written in the deed or the plat of a subdivision, and there's some that I've seen that says no mobile homes allowed, particularly in the newer subdivisions, a manufactured housing overlay can go in any subdivision, but you have to come and request it through the manufactured overlay process.
My point is that the parish or the council at some point decided, okay, we're going to have mobile homes in this area, more or less, and we're not going to have mobile homes in this area. So they kind of designated places where we wanted to have mobile homes in the parish,
And I'm
in the unified
say that that's not correct.
in the unified code.
They did not designate this area.
Okay, it does not.
No.
Okay, so it did not designate any areas for mobile homes. Okay, so every single time that somebody wants to put a mobile home in, and no mobile home overlays have been asked for in this neighborhood since this went into effect,
That's correct.
right? Which has been.
I believe that there have been applications for mobile home overlays in this neighborhood. I don't think there have been any approved mobile home overlays in this neighborhood.
So there's been applications, but none approved, and that's been since the unified code was approved, right? So we're talking 11 years, 12 years. So, yeah, those are just points that I wanted to make. And I just think that we need to give a neighborhood a chance to, rebuild itself after Katrina into a neighborhood that it wants to be, more of a stick-built home neighborhood. But anyway, that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Randolph.
Yeah, I just want to say I concur with Commissioner Smell's view on that. And I also appreciate the independence that this commission has to allow the ordinance to work, in that if someone would like to have a mobile home overlay, come before this commission to get that. whether it's accepted, approved, denied, or what. And I think that's where we are now, so.
Okay, Commissioner Truxillo.
Yeah, this is a question to the staff. I didn't hear it, but how many permits were requested for stick-built homes in that subdivision?
One since 2012.
One since 2012. And how about permits for mobile homes? None. Okay, but there were applications, but they were denied, correct?
There were applications in the past that have been denied.
Okay, so 1 and 12. Okay, thank you very much.
No, I've already closed it to the public.
Mr. Chairman,
Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
as I was trying to pull up the previous zoning map, and I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 conditional use permits were granted between 2005 and 2009 for mobile homes.
And that's basically the forerunner to the manufactured housing overlay, correct?
Yeah, so basically, some conditional use permits were granted for mobile homes during that period before the UDC was approved.
Right. Thank you. Okay.
2004 and 2009 until we changed the
Okay,
ordinance.
thank you.
So you're looking at 11.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I've got the first motion on the floor is to approve, correct? Yes. Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Please vote. Commissioner Ress, I'm sorry.
It's kind of this is really not easy. I feel for the people that have built stick-built homes and they've been told they couldn't. I feel for the family that wants to build their first home. I don't think anybody up here feeling this is very easy. The interesting thing is, if you build, of course, if you were denied your ability to put a mobile home in there, that's a little different than you build a stick-built home because that's what you wanted, but there are already mobile homes in there to begin with. Now, there's been mobile homes in there all along, whether they were wrecked or not. I mean, they were in there. Nobody knew that somebody wasn't going to come back. I feel mostly for the person who wanted to build or put a mobile home in and was denied than I do for people that build a stick-built home knowing there were already mobile homes in there. I mean, they were in there since 2004, 2005, so I'm kind of torn there. If somebody could shed some light, does that make any sense, or?
Ask your question again, I'm sorry.
Well, we have people that built stick-built homes in that subdivision knowing there were originally mobile homes in there also. Because there's been mobile homes in there for a long time, it sounds like. But then after Katrina, some people who maybe wanted to put a mobile home in there were told they couldn't. So.
And I don't know who said they couldn't.
Yeah, I don't either.
Because they'd have to go, if it was prior to, the manufactured housing overlay, it required a conditional use permit that had to come through the zoning commission.
Right, and it sounds like we issued some up to about 2009, and then it stopped.
But that's because the MHO went into effect about
In 2009,
Okay.
So we started, even after Katrina, we were approving mobile home.
And I don't know if it makes any difference to this commission, but I would just remind the commission that you're a recommendation body to the council. And the council's going to be the one that makes that determination, and the council would have been the body to have made that determination in the past if they denied a mobile home overlay on appeal or as an ordinance.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so we've got, the motion that's on the floor is to approve. Please vote if you haven't already. Mr. Truxillo.
Mr. Doherty, yours isn't showing either. 2, 3, 4.
All right, we've
Do
got,
we have to have 6? I think it fails, right? The motion to approve failed.
okay. Okay. So we don't take the motion up to deny because the motion to approve failed. Now, y'all have the right to appeal it to the council. There's appeal forms up here on the railing. Clear. Clear.
She's got to write the minutes and then she don't.
Leslie, clear.
So as legal advisor to the commission, I'll point you to section 12091 of the Code of Ordinances, subsection B, says to constitute a final action of any matter before it, at a minimum, a majority vote of the membership of the commission is required to pass a case. So the membership of the entire body is 11 people, a majority is 6. So without 6 votes, this commission cannot pass the zoning change.
Okay, but Ms. Jones, you can appeal it to the council, okay? All right. All right, the next item is item 2, which is 2022-2754-ZC. Existing zoning is A1A Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A5 Two-Family Residential District. Location partial located on the south side of Highway 40, west of Hurd Road, Bush, Ward 2, District 2. It's 6.26 acres. The petitioner is Mary Spell. Owner is Spell Holdings LLC. Council District 2. This was postponed from the April 5th meeting. Staff?
The subject property consists of 6.26 acres and is located along Highway 40 and Third Road. The subject site is currently zoned A1A Suburban District, which allows 3-acre lot sizes, and the applicant is requesting A5 Two-Family Residential District, which allows 8 dwelling units per acre. If you do the math, 6.26 acres times 8 units per acre allows 50 units. I know this case was before you last month, and the applicant said that they would return with a revised request.
Thank you. All right, is someone here to speak on this case in favor? Good evening, you are?
Good, back again. Just like she had said, that's, I'll be short and quick.
You are?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Todd Spell. I live at 17577 Million Dollar Road. And like I said before, the whole piece of property is 6 acres, but we're actually only asking for 3 acres to be rezoned to be able to put duplexes on each different section. The entrance will be, I don't know if y'all have that, but we just got that at 10 minutes to 5. That's the surveyor, Bruce Butler, surveyed the layout of it. And sorry we didn't have, we just literally got it this evening when they got it done. But anyway, it'll be on each corner, 1.5 acres on each corner, 3 acres in the middle, with nothing being done, nothing rezoned, same status as that is for that. Entrance will be coming off a state highway from each plot, so you'd have one entrance on each side, and that's basically it. That's what said to ask to do last time, so that's what we did. So
okay.
hopefully that's what you want, and thank you for your consideration.
I'll
All
sit
right.
here because I know there's a bunch against it.
Thank you. All right, I have a number of cards against. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of this zoning change? I see no one, so we'll go to those of you that wish to speak against. Fleming Hatcher?
Good evening. I'm Fleming Hatcher. Sorry for the confusion earlier. I am currently building my family's forever home directly north of where Mr. Spell is wanting to build on 40 acres. I picked this property because it's a rural area. It's quiet, it's big. Mainly just just that it's quiet and everybody's far apart from everybody.
Let me interrupt you just a minute.
Yes, sir.
You said 40 acres?
40 acres.
This is only 6.26 acres.
I'm building directly north of this.
And you're building on 40 acres?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. My main concern is maybe the degradation of my property's value from this. I have no qualms with what he's doing, but it's a rural area. I would like to keep it rural. By rezoning, I noticed here it says it should be noted that if this 6.2 acre parcel is developed with more than a single duplex, it is subject to commercial lighting, which I assumed is street lighting or some form of security lighting, landscape, parking, and drainage regulations. Like I said, I don't mind what he's doing. I just don't see any reason for it to be rezoned, and especially because, I mean, he's practically building it in a dirt pile or a dirt pit, and I would just like to see it remain, or let him build, but under its current restrictions of the way it's zoned.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Mellorine?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I'd like to thank the commission for a chance to speak on this issue. First thing, I'm here tonight to speak against this zoning change. The petitioner's representative, Mr. Spell, wants to change our neighborhood for his gain at our expense by devaluing our property and our homes. Mr. Spell lives at a very nice home on $1 Million Road. It's in a huge Spell family neighborhood, and it's the perfect place to put a lot of family doubles, which he wants to put across the street from our home and change our neighborhood. I ask this commission not to consider this zoning change, which will enable Mr. Spell to go from 2 single-family dwellings to possibly 50 two-family dwellings. If he gets this zoning change, it just leaves everybody in limbo. It's going to change the neighborhood completely. Mr. Spell has good intentions, may have good intentions, but again, that can be changed. He could have a health problem, financial problems, or whatever, which may cause him to sell this property in the future. And whoever buys this property has a blank check to go to 50 possible units. So, again, I have spoken to all the immediate neighbors, and all are opposed to this zoning change. They do not want to see their neighbor go to a high density with the problems it will bring and have their property devalued. I asked the commissioner to put yourself in our situation. Would you want your property to be devalued because someone wants to build a bunch of doubles across the street from your home and change the zoning laws to be able to do that? We have all made major investments in our property under the existing zoning law. I ask you, please don't change the zoning. Let us keep our neighborhood the way it is and the way we like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Talley?
Good evening. My name's Stacy Talley. I live at 20140 Highway 40. I am directly west of the said property. I've lived there for over 20 years. My husband was born and raised there, and it was his father and mother's property. My kids are planning on building a house there also. We have 10 acres. We already have issues. For me to pull out of the driveway in the morning and get 1 mile down the street past Workers Corner sometimes takes up to 30 minutes because there's not enough room or there's not ample highway for the traffic that goes for the school. So putting in all these new places is going to cause more traffic, and it's a very dangerous curve where he's proposing, where it's already very dangerous to pull out and try to get onto the road because people speed through there or whatever, and it's a nightmare. And it's going to be even worse if he gets approved. We're already adding more people to an underdeveloped, outgrown community. We're adding traffic. We are adding more children to an overpopulated school that cannot school the children that we already have. We are from pre-K all the way through junior high, and there's just not room for all these new families that they want to put in. It's going to devalue our property. And the people that are moving in will get to vote, but they will not be paying taxes, but they'll get to vote on how our taxes are spent. Our 911, I mean, we're out in the country. To call an ambulance a lot of times is an hour wait. I've had to call multiple times for my father-in-law. It was an hour for them to get there. We're going to have to put in, I mean, the fire department is already, stretched out with all of the accidents and everything that happen on the road. This is just adding to an already overgrown problem that we have. And we would love to live there for the next 10 generations. But if you put in these apartments and stuff right next to our property, I mean, right now we have oak trees and we have a pond and we already get the runoff from the dirt pit. When it rains real hard, a lot of times our pond will turn red from all the clay. Where's all of this runoff from the new building going to go? But I thank y'all for listening to me, and I'm just really appreciate your consideration in not getting this approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Mizell. Good evening.
Good evening. Melinda Mizell, 20520 Highway 40 Bush. The lady earlier on one of the other cases had mentioned about getting the door hangers and stuff. I am the first house on the right past Hurd Road. I got no notification last month. I didn't get any notification this month. Thankfully, the sign stayed up, so I did know about the meeting tonight. My concern, there's some safety issues. Traffic is a big one. Hurd Road is in a curve on the side of a hill. So if you add more driveways, more traffic coming in and out, getting out of Hurd Road right now is dangerous on a good day, and there have been numerous accidents there. If you add more traffic, more cars in there, you're going to have more potential for issues. Also, there is no city sewer out there, so each one of these duplexes that he's wanting to build is going to have its own separate septic system. That means you're going to have runoff either going out to the front ditch, which is going to go down the hill and across my property, exposing me, my family, and my livestock to God knows what, or it's going to run into the back of the property into this dirt pit that they had listed in this paperwork as 3.5 acres. It's probably more like a 13-acre dirt pit that has turned into a debris pit that they haul limbs and trees and whatever else into. There's stagnant water in there already that's causing a bloom of mosquitoes hatching out, which is adversely affecting our community. Changing the zoning will set a precedence, even if it's for just 3 acres or 6 acres. It's setting a precedence to allow more of this that will further destroy one of the very few rural communities left in this parish. So I'm asking you please to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Castle. Stephen Castle.
Oh, no, I just wanted to have y'all deny it, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't want to really talk. I mean, I'll talk if you want me to. But
No, that's fine. And you'd checked, I wish to speak, so I'm recognizing that. Wesley Talley?
He didn't want to speak.
Pardon?
He didn't want to speak. He had to walk out.
Okay, all right. So we've had people speaking for and against. We'll go to rebuttal now. Mr. Spell.
Just real quick, we're talking about the traffic. Again, before, like I said before, the main thing in the traffic is in the wintertime, and it is horrible. I mean, besides doing this, I also drive for a living, so traffic is one of the worst enemies for a driver. I hate traffic, but the traffic's to school. What do you mean, what are you going to do? I mean, you're going to close the school down? This is not going to have any traffic. They keep calling for 50 units. Helen was right last meeting when she said technically, and the 50 would have been for the whole 6, technically. But by the time you set your set-asides, your parking, your landscaping, it wouldn't be half that. But anyway, the 3, I'm proposing to put 2 units on each thing. That's 4 units. That'd be 8 families total in a 6-acre period. 6 acres a lot. Someone spoke about Herd Road. I don't know if it's hard getting out of Herd Road. I think a loaded truck's a whole lot harder getting out of Herd Road than a vehicle. It's been a dirt pit for 35 years. You know, that like, this pristine rural area at the end, it's been a commercial dirt pit, a dirt operation, whether it's either digging the dirt out, but that's dug out, like you said now, it's being refilled. So it's already being an area that's being used. It's not like you up in a secluded area on that. But Herd Road also has, like I said before, the traffic is not coming out of Herd Road at all. The traffic is going to be, the entrance is going to be on the state highway. It will have no effect from Herd Road. But other than that, I mean, I know you have a decision. This is the last I have to say about it. I don't know how you make a decision. There's definitely a need. We already have 5 units right around the corner from here. We've been running for 7 years. Never had any complaint. I appreciate the gentleman saying my home is nice. It is. I like to think everything that we do is nice. My wife and I takes pride in what we do. Same thing. This would be nice just as the others. We haven't had any complaints in 7 years. Like someone else said, oh, it's just the dirt. Well, now you're going to take it and you're going to have landscape and be nice. It'll be a lot nicer than it was. But anyway, in your decision making, I appreciate your consideration. I know you got to figure, how you do it. Is there a need for it? Like I said, every month we get people calling for more, whether they can rent or not, and everything we have is booked up. That's the reason we're looking to, build some more. We have a track record of doing it, and personally, I think it'd be a positive for the community. They act like, I don't know, we're putting high-rise buildings in or something in this rural, and like I said, we already have a track record. We already have a model of what we're doing right around the corner. We've got compliments on how well it looks on that also. So, but anyway, appreciate your consideration, and that's it.
Thank you. All right. Those of you that spoke against, you've got 5 minutes for rebuttal. To come forward and state your name if you wish to speak in rebuttal.
Melinda Mizell. Mr. Spell did make a point that he does have other ones that have been in existence, but they are on the other side of Lee Road School, and they were part of a subdivision that his father developed years ago. He's talking about he's got people calling him wanting a place to rent. Well, that's fine and dandy, but Mr. Spell is looking at this as a moneymaker. He's in the business to make money. That's why he's wanting to build them. And I appreciate that. He needs a way to make money, but not at our expense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak in rebuttal? Please state your name.
Name is Richard Mellering. I said earlier that I'm looking at his initial overlay, which indicates there are 6 units on his initial overlay. Now he's changed to 4. I don't know if this is to suit the commission, but what I'm saying is if you change this zoning law, that 4 could go to 6, 8, 10, 50. So please keep this in consideration when you make your decision.
Okay,
You're talking about our property value here.
thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in rebuttal that is against? I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Smale.
I mean, we have a proposition to change to an A5. We have A1A to the north, A1A to the south, A1A to the east, A1A to the west. A5 does not fit in this neighborhood, this area. It's all A1A. And not to mention the parish president has a moratorium on the table that the council has looked at for the last few meetings to not allow anything below, to go from an A1 to an A3 even, let alone an A4 and A5. Now, yeah, the council is wanting to amend that, but only to an A4. Nowhere do they mention anything about going to an A5. So this is just out of line for this area in my opinion, and I want to make a motion to deny.
Motion by Commissioner Smale to deny. Commissioner Willie.
I want to get something cleared up here. The initial request was to go to A5 on 6 acres, right? And then last month, we talked about getting it rezoned to 1.5 acres on each corner to A5, and the rest stays A1A. Is that correct? Okay, my question is, how many units can he build on 1.5 acres of A5? Counting the parking and everything. How many units can?
No.
The answer would be 12, but I was also mentioned he would have to bring the site into compliance with commercial standards if he built any more than 1 duplex. So once he adds that 3rd unit, it becomes multifamily, and he's subject to commercial standards like parking, landscaping, drainage.
Okay, when Mr. Spell was, last month, he was requesting no more than 4 units. And we was trying to get it, the zoning, the amount of acreage done where only 4 units can be built, only. So what's the maximum, the minimum amount of land that you can build 2 units on?
He would have to work with his design professional or an engineer to.
I mean, according to our ordinances, how many acres does he need to build 2 units? And I guess we can build no more than 2 units on acreage.
So it would be based on the minimum lot size. If you're gonna rezone a portion of the property, you would have to rezone probably the minimum lot size, which would be, excuse me, I'm pulling it up right now.
I mean, I thought that's the direction.
The minimum lot size is 40,000 square feet. I mean,
Which
you
is
could
less than
always-
an acre.
You could always rezone less than that, but then I guess you could always rezone less than 40,000 square feet.
I mean, that was the intent was to build no more than 4 units. That's what I understood a month ago. And he was supposed to come back and give a redesign.
He did, and that's what I
But
passed
it's allowed
her.
1.5 acres, which allows 6 units, you said. Or-
Yeah, well, here it appears that he's requesting 1.5, 3.26, and 1.5. Oh, 1.5 on either corner.
On each corner. So that's why I was asking, how many units can you build on 1.5? And you telling me
But 12.
12. So how much land does he have to rezone in order to build 2 units? And I'd have to verify that with Mr. Spell. You know, if that's what his intention was, to build 2 units on each corner. So why are we rezoning 1.5 acres to do 2 units?
But that's part of his request. We didn't say that he needed.
Mr. Spell, you want to answer that for me?
You need to come up to the microphone.
Your intent is to build four units
Yes,
total?
yes, I see what you're.
So
actually-
why you need an acre and a half to
Well, the
build 2
reason we
units?
did it was just to break it up like that, not so much as looking at per unit, because I know that's how we want to
In
work.
order to protect the neighborhood, though, we're gonna,
Okay.
the intent was to
Well,
limit as many
I
as
can
few
tell you
as
this,
you
I don't
can.
know where we're getting 12, on the unit I got right now, it's 9/10 of an acre, and you cannot put 3 on there. I tried, I already tried, I got one right there. 2 units is all that you could put on that with the parking, with the landscaping and everything that you had to do. So an acre.
Is that
I mean-
true, or?
I mean, you can go out there and
I
drive.
mean,
out there
I'm
and-
talking to staff now. I mean, what's the minimum amount of land does he have to rezone in order to put 2 units on each corner? And y'all
So
telling me
if-
less than 40,000 square feet?
If you do
Less
the
than acre.
math, you would need 5,445 square feet per unit. But that's the amount of square footage you need of your land per unit. I mean, he's gonna need more land than that to
Right, for
develop a
parking.
duplex. Well, if he just develops one duplex with 2 units, he doesn't come into compliance with commercial standards. It's considered residential, so he's still gonna need parking, obviously, but not landscaping and lighting and everything else.
Just to give you an idea, you have a front yard setback of 40 feet. It's 10 feet on each side and 25 in the rear. So you have to have on almost half an acre to build 2 units to be able to meet those requirements.
Okay, so if he had an acre, is he allowed to build 2 units on an acre?
If he has an acre per the zoning regulations, he's allowed to build 8 dwelling units.
How you get 8 on an acre, and you're saying you got
It's
setbacks
gross
and
density
everything?
versus
That's what I'm
net
asking.
density. We leave it
You
to the
cannot-
applicant to work with his design professional to figure out the drainage and parking and everything else that's got to be accommodated when you do a development like this.
Our ordinance limit how many you can put on a certain size lot. And that's what all I'm asking. How many can he put on 1 acre? And y'all
8
telling me 8 now. So what's he need, a 10 by 10 lot in order to put 2 units?
Mr. Willie, it's very difficult for us to answer your question correctly due to that we don't have, they're required to meet certain setbacks, but unless if he comes with a drawing showing that it meets the setback in the exact area that he needs, we cannot give you a definite answer of how much land he needs exactly.
It sounds like you have to come back. Because, I'm looking to, the protect the neighborhood as well as, the developers trying to do a project. But I was wanting to limit the amount of units on his property by limiting the minimum amount of acres to be rezoned. And we're not there yet.
If a 1.5 acre parcel is rezoned to A5, you will be allowed or able to place more than 2 units on it. Also, we don't know the size of the proposed units, so.
So that won't give the neighborhood any kind of protection for the multiple units, even though Mr. Spell has said that he's only gonna put 4, but we gotta go with what the zoning tells us.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Barcelona.
I'd like to second Commissioner Smell's denial.
Okay,
Motion to deny.
so we have a motion and a second to deny. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to deny carries.
Thank you. Mr. Spell, you have the right to appeal it to the council. District 2, who's the commissioner? Bernie?
To who?
District 2.
Councilman?
Who's the councilman?
David Fitzgerald, my counsel.
Fitzgerald,
Well,
yeah.
it's
Okay.
right there at the bottom, between him and Cheryl.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we go to item 4, which is 2020-2143-ZC. Proposed zoning is major amendment to the River Park Estates Planned Unit Development Overlay. Location, parcel located on the north and south sides of MP Planche Road, west of Highway 25, Covington, Ward 3, District 3. It's 134.73 acres. The petitioner is Corey Herberger. Owner is River Park Estates LLC, Council District 3. This was postponed from the April 5th meeting. Staff?
The River Park Trails PUD was originally approved in 2020 under 8 stipulations mandated by the council. The original PUD major amendment that y'all saw last month was to address those stipulations. However, since then, council passed a ordinance which stated that all drainage ditches, canals, channels, or similar drainage features shall be located within a dedicated right-of-way and not located on individual lots. The last staff report you all saw, there was a request for them to adhere to this new parish ordinance. Since then, the applicant has submitted revised plans. All the lots appear to meet this ordinance. They have submitted information that they will place a required conservation easement as part of the final plat that's to the north of the proposed PUD, and they have provided a complete recreation and development plan meeting all of the previous comments that staff had in our old staff report.
Okay, thank you. Well, good evening, Mr. Morone.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Paul Morone on behalf of the petitioner and the developer of River Park Estates Phase 3. You will recall this case has been tabled a couple of times as we were working with our plan and with the staff comments to try to get into compliance, and I believe we have done that this evening with the clean staff report. This PUD was originally approved in April of 2021. In February of this year, we filed for tentative approval. At that time, staff reviewed our plan to see if it was in compliance, not so much with the zoning ordinance, but rather with the parish subdivision ordinance. We received a number of staff comments and requested changes and really required changes in order for us to make sure that our PUD plan now also meets your subdivision ordinance. So while we agreed to make those changes, it became necessary to come back before you as a zoning commission to amend the PUD to comply with those changes so that our tentative plan can be in accordance with the subdivision ordinance and also still consistent with our originally approved PUD plan, which is now proposed for amendment. As Ms. Cook noted, we did have 8 stipulations on the approval for our PUD, which are noted in your staff report, in which we intend to comply with. And we're not proposing any changes to those stipulations, but rather these amendments will help us address a number of those items that were stipulated during the original approval. So what are our requests this evening? One, we're requesting to reduce the density of the project by 6 lots. We are revising and resizing some of the lots in the development so that we can get all of the servitudes outside of the lot lines, that we can meet the required retention, and that we can comply with the subdivision ordinance's no net fill requirements. To do that, we're also adding more green space, about 15 acres. We're adding more active recreation, about 2.04 acres. That includes a basketball court, walking path, playground area, and a sports park, all within the development. We're adding 5.34 acres of passive green space, which will be for public drainage servitudes as required by ordinance. And we're also impacting 2.73 acres less wetlands than our original plan was impacting. So all of these changes are required to comply with the stipulations that were put on us at zoning, also in order to comply with the provisions of your subdivision ordinance, which you will be considering as we go through the subdivision process under tentative. All of these changes result in a less impactful development, less lots, more green space, more retention, more recreation. So we believe that these changes are result in a better plan, a plan that meets your requirements, that's consistent with the stipulations that we were given at our original approval, and we're trying to bring the plan now into compliance with the zoning, with the planning ordinance, so that everything is consistent as we try to move through that process. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have at the appropriate time, and I'd like to reserve any additional time in the event there are questions or concerns that I need to rebut at a later time.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you.
All right, anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor of this change? Anyone wish to speak against? Come forward.
Terry Stevens, 725 Dove Park Road. This is the first time I've seen this project tonight on this staff report. I can't tell what the underlying zoning is for the PUD. So I can't tell whether it complies or not, or whether it's compatible until I look at this almost illegible plan that's included in the packet, and there's nothing compatible about this. If you look at just the basic information on your staff report, the surrounding zones are A2, A1, rural overlay. Man, oh man. And so here's why I bring this up. This is the first time I've seen this. So I don't know what the underlying zoning is, but I watched a couple meetings ago, and you know, I just started coming to your meetings just a couple meetings ago, and I happened to notice that another project like this that had a PUD, suddenly one night was changed to, it went from low-impact commercial to high-impact commercial, and then you adopted a 1.5 million square foot zoning that doesn't even exist in your zoning ordinance at all. So, I mean, it was completely arbitrary and capricious, and the reason I bring that up is because when you have nothing, no information on here, and it's only called a PUD, then when they come back a fourth time or a fifth time, which is the case in that other project that I just mentioned, because I went back and looked, how did we get here? Every time this comes back before you, it gets eaten away and eaten away and eaten away, and in this case, it gets more dense and more dense and more dense. What we're trying to do in this parish is find reasonable and compatible uses next to one another, and there's nothing in this site plan that suggests that. Holy guacamole, this must be A4, A5, A6, who knows? They took away every single one of the bigger lots in this plan, but this is going to be crazy busy on this road that the condition says is poor. If you flip through all these other pages, which I did to see, is this an anomaly? Some of them are good, some of them are fair, a couple of them are excellent, but this particular one is poor. The road is poor, and you're going to put hundreds and hundreds of new homeowners on 40 and 50-foot lots. So these are going to be essentially starter homes for a lot of people like my kids, who would move into this neighborhood and then end up on a road that's in very poor condition to start with, and then you're going to overload it with non-compatible building. I would encourage you strongly, and in light of the comment that was made a few minutes ago about the pending high-density moratorium, I think you really should consider disapproving this plan, because it is not reasonable, compatible. It doesn't make any sense to do this right now on a road that's in terrible condition already. And again, can I just ask, what is the underlying zoning of this current plan? What is it? A4. A4 next to A1 and A2. There's no correlation there. And what's to stop them from coming back next month and getting 1.5 million square feet per building like you did a couple months ago? I mean, we have to follow some sort of rule and guideline here. You can't just make things up like that. But in this case, I would recommend that you absolutely deny this project because it's inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Morone.
Thanks, Mr. Doherty. Well, with all due respect to Ms. Stevens, we followed every rule, we followed every ordinance in getting here. And had she been here when this case was heard at this commission and at the council level, she would know that simply by looking at the zoning map does not tell you exactly what's on the ground out there. Well, she listed off the adjacent zones. She did not list the A4A that was there, that is immediately adjacent to it and is more dense than this. She's also not aware is that the zoning on the north side of MP Planche Road, while it may be A2, is not indicative of what's built there, because that is where River Park Estates is located. And you may remember when we went through the zoning, there was a question, well, really, what is the zoning of the actual use of River Park Estates? And the staff confirmed that it is more dense than A4. So that is how we arrived at the A4. We abut A4A, which is more dense, on the south side, and on the north side, we abut River Park Estates, which is more dense than A4. But with all that being said, we're not here tonight to rezone the property. I mean, the PUD has been approved since April of 2021. We are here to make modifications to bring this plan into compliance with some of your ordinances. We're not here to erode. We're not here to add more density. We're here to have less density. We're not here to take away green space. We're here to add green space. We're not here to ask relief from retention and cut and fill requirements. We're here to add ground to be able to comply with those. So there's no erosion of the things that are beneficial. Rather, I respectfully suggest again that what we're doing makes for a less impactful development, which was also consistent with and less impactful than what was immediately to our east. So with regards to MP Planche Road, again, Stevens wasn't at the hearings, but if you look at the staff comments, in case you don't remember, some of those stipulations that were put on us by the council dealt directly with MP Planche Road. And it was the improvements that we've got to make to that road out to 25 and the improvements that have to be done on 25. So these were all issues that were discussed and debated in great detail back in 2021. We're here about the 6 requests that I mentioned to you before, about the number of lots, about the additional green space, about the additional recreation, and about the limiting the impact into the wetlands. So to simply say, well, you should deny that, I think if you look closely at this, and if you're worried about the impact of the development, then I would suggest you should grant this request this evening, because granting the request means less impacts. So we're not here to retry the case, if you will. We're not here to relitigate the entire zoning or re-argue the whole case. We've got an existing PUD. We have some limited changes that we would like to make to be able to comply with your ordinances. All of these changes are less impactful than what was originally approved. It seems like a reasonable request. It seems like a good request. We believe it's a good request, and we urge you to consider that and to grant a favorable recommendation. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, do you have any rebuttal?
Again, the sunshine laws suggest that everything that you're going to consider tonight should be revealed before the meeting. It's not incumbent upon me to have gone back and looked at any other approval, not at the council, not before this body. This indicates that there is no development here. Is that correct? This has not been developed yet.
No.
This has been in process since when?
2021.
Well, this says 2020. So, yeah, originally approved in 2020. So they keep coming back, and they keep coming back, and they keep coming back. But in the interim, what we have determined and what we have discovered in St. Tammany is we can't get from one side of the parish to the other. And why? Because of high-density development. Just because they have gone through some hoop jumping doesn't make this any more reasonable or any more appropriate in the number of houses that they are showing and hoping to get approved tonight. And just by virtue of the fact that when they reduced their plan, they took out all the 90-foot frontage lots, and left all the 50 and 60s to get their green space back, that in itself is inappropriate. If you're going to lessen your density and you're going to make this a more livable community for the people who will be buying those homes, you don't shave all the larger lots out. You shaved a whole bunch of the smaller lots out. I mean, near me, they stopped the 50-foot lots entirely a long time ago because it's inappropriate. It's just too freaking dense for this parish. We've already determined that. We can't get from one side to the other. We don't have the infrastructure. The parish doesn't have the money to maintain what they do have. This is not an appropriate time to be allowing this dense of a development, this high density of development, regardless of what they've done up to this point. It's not built. You have the power to put the pause button into play and say, this isn't the best time for that until we go back and get a comprehensive zoning plan adopted that's reasonable, that the parish can live with, that the parish wants to live with, and be fair to the people who live here already, because that's not what's happening currently. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Barcelona.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment.
Motion by Commissioner Barcelona to approve. Commissioner Willie.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Willie. Commissioner Rest.
I got a question for Paul.
Yes,
Paul, when you redid this, did the layout change?
The streets changed, let's see, let me look at it to make sure I'm going to tell you correctly. Very little of the streets changed. There was a shortening and some of the areas went into green space on the southern end, but otherwise it's very similar. On the north end, the streets are largely the same. On the south end, they are the southwest, largely the same, except we cut out those lots that were at the very bottom next to the where you see the 2.47 acre retention pond on the southwest corner. There were lots that went down there. Those came out in favor of the retention. And the green space on the east side, the southeast side, we added more green space there.
Okay.
Where there were lots.
I remember when we looked at this the first time, to be honest with you, I didn't care for it back then, but I don't remember all these lots emptying out right onto MP Planche Road. There's probably 30 to 40 homes that their driveways are going to go right onto MP Planche Road. I don't remember seeing that even the last time around, let alone, maybe it was there. I know I'd had some issues with this development then, but I really didn't even remember that we had that many homes. That seems like that's the main thoroughfare beyond this subdivision, and it seems like an awful lot of homes to be emptying, even with an improved road.
That portion did not change.
That did not change.
That did not change
That may
at
have been
all.
one of the
Yes.
things I didn't care
Yes.
for before. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. We have no one else in the queue, so we have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. All right, we go to item 6. Case is 2022-2780-ZC. Existing zoning is A2 Suburban. Proposed zoning is NC1 Professional Office District. Parcel located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 1077, north of Bayham Road, Covington, Ward 1, District 3. It's 1.4542 acres. Petitioner is Mary Bollner. Owner is Mary and Larry Bollner, Council District 3. Staff? Yeah. Just a minute. Okay.
We can hear this case. However, I would like to bring to the attention of the commission that the previous case, number 5, 2022-2777, the owner, has another case that she wished to postpone but had to be removed from the agenda. So apparently there was an error on the request to postpone. So she is here and would like to have the case heard of 2022-2777 ZC, which is number 5. Now we can hear number 6 and maybe hear number 5 after. Just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Okay, and let me get clarification from legal on that this case was postponed. My concern is that we've had people leave, okay, and I'm not sure that that would be appropriate to go back and.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That's
I
correct.
wasn't here when the meeting started when y'all made that vote, but if there were individuals present that have left, I would recommend staying with the postponement. In order to override the postponement, you would have to have a motion to reconsider that motion postponed, have a 2/3 vote on that, and then be able to hear the case tonight. But again, if there were individuals here to speak on it, I would strongly recommend that the commission stick with the postponement.
Appreciate the advice.
Okay. All right. Do you understand?
Sir?
No, this is not the lady in question.
Okay.
No, no.
All right. Okay. All right. So we're on 27A, yeah, 2780.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just give me a moment. Sorry for this confusion here. The property is currently developed with an existing single-family residence which front on Highway 1077 and surrounded on all sides by residential dwellings and undeveloped properties. The purpose of the existing A2 Suburban is to provide for the location of single-family residences at a density of 1 unit per acre. The purpose of the requested zoning change to NC1 will allow for the property to be developed with a small professional office in close proximity to residential development. So at this time, if the request is granted, it will allow the uses that are listed here. Note that the property will have to comply with all landscaping, parking, drainage standards, and meet all other parish requirements.
Thank you. Good evening, and you are?
I'm Mary Bolner,
Okay.
and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak on this matter. Okay, so I am here to ask for a zoning change. My office, right now, I'm a real estate broker, and my office is in Harahan. And we've lived in St. Tammany Parish for 26 years. And this building is an existing building. If you have a map in front of you and you can see the piece that I own, we live on the property. And the building is in the front, facing 1077. So my address is 72626 Highway 1077. The piece that the building is on is 1.4542 acres. And I am, let's see, okay, the square footage of the property, it's 40 feet wide by 50 feet deep. So I would like to rezone the piece for my office, professional office. And I don't know, do you have any questions?
Not right now.
Okay.
We will probably come back to that. So let me move on, and let's see if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against on this case. I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Smale.
Well, I mean, this is suburban district, A2 to the north, south, and east, A1 to the west. With this zoning change, they could put a a whole office park if they wanted to eventually. It's residential all around it. I make a motion to deny.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smale to deny. Commissioner Ress.
So this goes back to what we talked about earlier, that if you don't use NC4, NC1, those different, along the commercial road, the commercial highways we have, where do you do it? And to me, NC is kind of the barrier that we like to have next to residential type areas, so that provides the services to the people. It just kind of feels like that along 1077, NC fits. Unfortunately, like Mr. Smale brought up, that we continue to zone all the property along these roads for residential, but yet they should be set up for business. And when I look at this one, I don't see it any different. I don't think that a small business area there, in my mind, creates any real problems, being that we're on 1077. But that's just my take on it, so that's all.
Okay. Commissioner Willie.
I agree with Mr. Ress as well, the way his line of thought there. But I have a question, Ms. You said you lived on the property as well?
Yes, sir, I do.
On the 1.45 acres?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I got one survey here, it's got all kind of land, like 2.9 acres title. What's all that about? It's,
I don't know.
it's on your parcel that I'm looking at. It says 1.5 acres, and in parentheses, it's got 2.9 acres title.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So you live on the 1.45 acres along with that building?
I live in the back. I live 800 feet back from 1077. I live 800 feet back from
Okay.
1077.
But she lives back here. Okay, so you don't live on the 1.45 acres?
No,
You live
sir.
behind that?
No, sir.
Okay, because you said you lived on the property that we had in question here, but.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
so, yeah, well, I agree with Mr. Ress as well, so I'm not going to second your motion.
Commissioner Barcelona.
So do we have a second on Commissioner Smale's motion?
No.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Barcelona to approve. Commissioner Truxillo.
The Commissioner Reese here to my left, that the main highway should be NC1, stuff like that, so I second the motion.
Second the motion to approve.
Yes.
Okay. So, Commissioner Crawford.
I just had one quick question.
Yes, sir.
You're planning to make this a real estate office?
Yes, sir.
Your real estate office?
Yes, I started my own business. I have been a real estate agent for 22 years, but I got my broker's license June of 2005, right before Hurricane Katrina. So I've had a difficult road because Hurricane Katrina really did make things a lot harder, but I've figured out a way, to stay in business.
Okay.
I used to work for a real estate attorney, and he urged me to get my broker's license. And he said, go on and keep working, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. On the motion to deny, it failed for lack of a second. Okay. On the motion to approve, we have a motion and a second. Okay. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Smith? The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. All right, have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the next item is item 7, 2022-2793. Existing zoning is A3, proposed zoning is A4, single-family residential district. Location parcel located on the south side of LeBar Street, east of Albert Street, and west of Monterey Drive, Mandeville, Ward 4, District 10. It's .93 acres. Sherry is Barzabel. Sorry about that. Owner is 1280 LeBar LLC, and then the same person's name. Council District 10. Staff?
Is requesting to change the zoning classification from A3 Suburban District to A4 Single Family Residential District. The purpose of the requested A4 zoning designation is to provide single-family residential dwellings in a setting of moderate density. The subject property is currently developed with a single-family dwelling and is flanked by property that conforms to the A3 Suburban District zoning classification to the east and south. Similarly, the petition site is adjacent to property that conforms to the A4 single-family residential district to the north and west. A change in zoning will allow the applicant to add an additional single-family residence to the subject property.
Thank you. Ms. Sherry? And I know I messed up your last name, but good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Sherry Barzabal. My address is 847 McNamara Street in Mandeville. We are asking for the consideration to rezone this property to A4 to allow for another single-family residential home to be built by my husband and I.
Okay. And that's going to be in addition to the one that's existing?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The ones existing and to the east of the house that's existing, that's what we're asking for consideration to rezone, to be able to put one single-family residential home there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor? I got a card from Jan Lugenbuhl.
Well, you're very close. It was Jan Lugenbuhl, and forgive me, I'm a little nervous. I've never set foot in this building before.
We haven't shot anybody yet.
No, you haven't, and I don't want to be the first. I live at 1265 LeBar Street, which is absolutely directly across from the area that they want to knock down and build a house on. We've lived there since the fall of 1997. It's a fairly busy street. Half the time I have to wait several minutes before I could back out of my own driveway to get to work. The true Mandeville has woods, and it has creatures, and it has leaves, and it has beauty. We had to suffer the destruction of the woods in the area where Albert Street turns into LeBar Street. That was back in 2018, I believe. Now we used to look out and see beautiful woods. Now we see very, very crowded houses. And it's not Mandeville. And I know you're going to say that we need progress and we need new homes and everything, but please spare this little section of LeBar Street. It's too crowded as it is. There's a house next to it that's newly vacant, up for sale. The petitioner's name is on it as the realtor. It's got to be about the residents on this block. It can't be about somebody who wants to build a house and tear down what's left of the true Mandeville, which is leaves and trees, woods, beauty. And I ask you to deny this petition, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak in denial? Sherry, we'll go to rebuttal and let you come back up and rebut.
Is it okay if my husband joins?
Okay. Just state your name.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Michael E. Barswell at 847 McNamara Street as well.
Okay.
So just to clarify, the house that, so we purchased this home with the land. The house is not for sale, it's for lease. We intend on I am born and raised in Mandeville, and I love the trees, this is why we have 3 children, we're, raising our children here. We love and we want to keep the integrity of Mandeville at what it is. But the home, just to clarify, the home that we just bought, it's for lease. We intend on keeping it as an investment for our children. And also this property that we're asking to rezone is potential for our family, for our children to inherit and stay in Mandeville. So it's not just we're a mom and pop builder, this is how we make our living, and we're not trying to, come through and tear down the woods and put a bunch of houses up. We're doing this for our family, for our legacy, for our children.
Okay, thank you.
And to address the traffic, I mean, a lot of the traffic on LaBar Street is because Sold Street is just decimated right now with road construction. Not that, anything bad, but Sold Street is just a nightmare right now. So adding a single-family home is not going to make a bit of difference because everybody that lives in that area, we live a few blocks away. Everybody uses that road as a cut-through anyway to get around the traffic. Because right at the foot of Sold Street by 190, they're doing pretty extensive road work. So we even go that way. I don't even go that way down that street anymore. I go down LaBar Street, hit Albert, and then go to 190 to avoid that traffic. So, most of the traffic is probably due to that the road work on Sold Street.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. You have an opportunity to rebut.
Back in September, I received a notice by I think it's called the Marity Trace Board. And they said, come meet the board. And I was one of a handful of people who went. It was at the board of directors' home. I think it's on Tanager, I believe. And they served hot dogs and Coke and everything. And they asked what our main concern was. My main concern was to maintain the woods. I said, please save the trees. And he wrote that down, took my email address, took my telephone number. I haven't heard anything from him. But that is the biggest concern. We don't need another house on that block. It's a small block. We just had LaBar and Albert Street jam-packed with houses now. We don't need another residence. I understand they're a mom and pop and you want to build for their children. But can't they find another place? Can't they find a vacant lot somewhere else? We've been here for 25 years, and it's the residents on this street that are the most important, not realtors, not developers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We've gone for and against and rebuttal on both. I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Willie.
Yes, thanks. I'm seeing A4 and A3 on 4 sides of this lot, and it's only 0.93 acres. I move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Willie to approve. Commissioner Ress.
Yeah, very familiar with this area. I've gone by here hundreds of times, probably. I might be one of those traffic problems you have. As far as Solt being all tore up, it is a mess from one end to the other. I could see where the traffic's probably increased. The interesting thing here is they could cut the trees down if they want to without building anything. There's nothing that keeps them from cutting the trees down and putting a garage up or any type of building. There's no stopping. And the zoning request goes with the area. I see no problem. I second the approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll go to item 9. Case numbers 2022-2800-ZC. Existing zoning is A2. Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A6. multifamily residential district. Location, parcel located on the east side of Fuchsia Street and south of Harrison Avenue, Abita Springs, Ward 3, District 5. Petitioners Philip Moore, owner is Karen and Frankie Amador. Council District 5. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
You are?
I am Philip Moore.
Okay.
I live at 22066 Palmer Street, Abita Springs. To correct some of...
Let me stop you just a minute. I failed to get the staff report before I recognized you. Staff?
The subject property abuts a single-family residence to the south, a fire station to the north, undeveloped property to the east, and several existing multifamily residential developments to the west. Although these existing multifamily residential developments on Fuchsia Street exist, they do not conform with the current A2 suburban district zoning classification and are therefore considered legal nonconforming. The large majority of the existing development in the area is single-family residential development, and a change in zoning will increase the density and intensity within the neighborhood.
Thank you. Now, sir, I'll recognize you to continue.
Thank you. Again, Philip Moore, 22066 Palmer Street, Abita Springs. Initially, I do have to make a correction. They say that I am not the owner of the property, but since the application was filed, I have become the owner of the property, 100%.
So you're representing the owner?
I am the owner, and I represent myself, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Also, I would like to submit 2 letters here, please, from tenants that I have stating that I am a reputable landlord. I take care of the maintenance and keep things clean in an orderly fashion.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. The property is approximately 0.84 acres. It is located on Fuchsia Street, very close to the fire station. Actually abuts the fire station property. Across the street from the property that I own is an apartment complex, and on the corner of Fuchsia and Harrison is another apartment complex. These apartment complexes total 44 apartments. And then again on the corner is the fire station. This area is what I would call a blue-collar area, something that I'm familiar with because I consider myself a blue-collar person. That's where I grew up. They have a lot of single-family homes. They have modular homes. They have trailers. They actually have a small business on this road. My intent is to add some duplexes to the property. The initial request that I made for an A6, I believe, was something that, being my first time trying to do this, I was not knowledgeable enough on all of the ordinances to probably choose the correct zoning. A6 would allow me to put 9 units or 4 duplexes. And I'm here to ask for guidance. I mean, if we don't do A6, you know, every issue has a solution or a compromise, and I think we can do this while still serving the community. Okay. In my current duplex that I own, I employ a real estate agent to verify every applicant that comes in to rent. Of course, we do a background check, a credit check, all the appropriate things before we rent to anyone. And we do this so that we make sure that the people that move in there are law-abiding citizens. The current address that I own is in Covington, and it is on South Taylor Street, right by Boswell and the hospital, St. Tammany. So it is a duplex located in single-family home area. I am not a large developer. I am not a DSLD. I am a small businessman. I am retired, but I do have rental property, one rental property, and I'm in business with my son-in-law. And we would do this development together. The situation here that we're trying to do, someone mentioned earlier about a population explosion in St. Tammany Parish that is ongoing. That's well known. Not everyone can afford, as we heard earlier tonight, to go build a house. They do need quality places to live that are clean, well-maintained, so that people who want to build can rent, save up enough money to eventually build their own house, which is what I did growing up. I rented when I was young with my family until I finally had the opportunity to build a house, and I think that is the American dream. But in our area, the availability of rentals is declining with a number of population or the population increase. Excuse me 1 second, please. I want to make sure I've covered every. So the facility right across the street, like I mentioned, there are 44 units. The reason I know there are 44 because I went there and counted the number of mailboxes. So these are existing. They're directly across the street from the property that I have. I do not think that the addition of 2 or possibly 3 duplexes in this area will affect the density or increase the intensity of the area. Everybody needs a very clean, good place to reside, and I think, I know that I will provide that. I also am here to ask for guidance. Like I said, I initially went through A6 simply because I was in a rush, because I wanted to beat the moratorium that is being discussed by the Parish Council. And if you submitted your application prior to a certain date, then you would be exempt from the moratorium, which is what I did. So I submit to the council today that the decisions that should be made should not be based upon a moratorium that has not been decided yet, that is constantly changing. It changed at the last meeting. They're trying to modify it now, and it still has not been voted and or approved. So we don't really know what the moratorium will look like in the future. So again, I submit that we will build and maintain a very respectable facility. And again, I ask for your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else wish to speak in favor of this change? All right, seeing no one, I'll go to those that are against. Ivan Jurish.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Jurisic, and I live on Henry Clay, just 2 blocks from the gentleman's lot. My thing here is that we're a very small community. We're getting overcrowded. The traffic on Harrison Avenue has gotten tremendous. We're only 3 blocks from Highway 59, which has become a parking lot. The drainage is getting impossible. Adding more lots, adding more units in a very small space that he has, it's not even a whole acre, and he wants to put multiple units, and where are all these people gonna park? You know, say they each have 1 car, there's just it's just too crowded. We like the fact that there's space between us. It's always been a one
family lot, and we'd like to keep it that way, so I would like for you to consider denying it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a card here from Lecce Frobus.
I'm Letty, and I'd like to give my time to
Okay, well, there's sufficient time left, so we'll go on to Judith Parker.
Good evening. My name is Judith Parker. I live on the adjacent lot at 70516 Fuchsia. And I thank you for your service and for the opportunity to speak against rezoning a property next to me at 70486. I would like to address two primary reasons why this request for rezoning should be rejected. I have given each of you a packet. I did a lot of research as to the development of this Red Gap acres. Every home, every acre, or should I say every single family home was to be on 1 acre or better. And that was the main reason my brother and I chose this location. The first thing I'd like to address is the rezoning will have a negative effect on my property, reducing its value since there will no longer be single-family residents next to me. When I purchased my residential property, I did so knowing that property on both sides of me were single-family residential A2. In addition to that, the fire station on the corner of Fuchsia and Harrison was separated from both lots by a buffer lot, thereby retaining the quality of single-family residential on my side of Fuchsia. Multifamily property brings congestion, noise, and other nuisances immediately next to me, destroying my quality of life. Second, zoning and drawing of lines of demarcation are done for the very reason this rezoning should be rejected. Once a zoning line is drawn, everyone knows the rules governing the property within their zoning. Rezoning and expanding multi-family residential into an A2 zoning area is an encroachment that needs to be halted. If it is not stable, you cannot plan the future of your property and your investment. It encourages others to seek rezoning and eventually the collapse of the planning that set the zoning lines in the first place. Many of my neighbors agree with me. I have tonight and can present petition statements of opposition from 91 residents. I gave you 88 copies in your little pamphlet, and I received 3 today. So those have also been turned in, the originals. Like me, they recognize the threat that creeping encroachment into single-family residential possesses, and that multifamily homes are inconsistent with adjacent properties on the east side of Fuchsia. The owner of this property can build a single-family home to rent or to sell and earn a fair return on his investment without trying to maximize his profits at existing property owners' expense. The bottom line, existing homeowners must be assured that the zoning regulations will not be changed in the middle of the game, and that zoning has long life, compatibility, and consistency within a neighborhood. I hope that you will agree with me, myself, and my neighbors to reject the rezoning. Also, I have included a picture of Mr. Moore's home, and he has a very nice wooded area right behind his house. Maybe he can get you to rezone that, and he can put some duplexes next to him. Realizing that as a homeowner, I have invested quite a bit of myself into my property, and to have duplexes right next to me, I lose my privacy, my security, and my safety. And I beg that you deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. John Vincent?
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Vincent, and I live at 21573 Soul Drive in Abita Springs. And like most of the residents of Red Gap Acres subdivision and Northern Home subdivisions, we purchased our properties because we wanted large lots with a country feel. We did not want congested city living. Many of us are senior citizens who came after Katrina to find peace and safety. To get this, we did not want to live in a subdivision governed by a homeowners association with a myriad of nitpicking rules administered by somebody named Karen. We expect the Planning and Zoning Commission to be our Karen, protecting the value of our property values and our quality of life. When we bought our properties, we did so knowing what the neighboring properties were and the zoning that controlled our properties and what might be built near us. To quote Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser from your last month's meeting, it's unfair to change the rules once the game has begun. There was an error, I think, in the staff report. Actually, not only to the south is A2 residential, but also to the east is A2 residential. The proposed multi-family zoning of an A2 zone lot is an encroachment in our neighborhood. A line was drawn and should be maintained. We do not want zoning based on the whim of a property owner who does not live in our neighborhood but seeks the opportunity to make money at our expense. The petitioner lives in a very nice single-family residential subdivision in Abita Springs. I doubt he would approve of me buying the lot across the street from him and getting it zoned for multiple family use. For this reason, I respectfully request that you exercise your duties to protect the public and deny this application for rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sean Budden? Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. Sean Bodden, 70543 Gulch Street. I live directly behind the subject property. I've lived there for 15 years, and from less than 30 days of moving into my house, I had water in my garage. Major flooding issues right there on my lot and that whole section of Gulch and Harrison. I've been complaining since 2007 to engineering and multiple parish governments asking for help, and there's been some work done and there's still work ongoing, but there is a lot of water. I have some pictures here on the phone if y'all would like to see. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, they can scroll. So the red arrow in the picture is the subject property, directly behind my property, so I'm to the east. And so adding another house there, a duplex, quadruplex, whatever, with a large driveway will definitely be the straw that breaks the camel's back and have water in my home. So I urge you guys, ladies, as well, to please deny this rezoning to keep our properties, my property especially, safe. Another issue for me as well is safety and security. I have 2 young kids that play back there on the property, and I'd like to feel comfortable that they're safe playing in the backyard. So with that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would encourage you to stay in touch with engineering and public works to get something corrected. I mean, there's no reason that if the drainage is blocked, then it's got to be cleared or redesigned, so, okay?
Yes, I'm working with them. Thank you.
Okay. Terry Lewis Stevens? Ms. Stevens? She left. And Adele Nauer?
They had to leave.
Okay, all right. All right, I don't have any other cards. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak against that do not have a card on? All right, we'll go to rebuttal.
First, address the flooding issue. I've walked in the back of the property. There is a drainage ditch back there, and I did notice immediately that the drainage is terrible back there because it's not clear. There's a lot of stuff in the ditch. There's a lot of buildup of sediment and different things like that, which I think could be a huge problem when it comes to the flooding. The addition of either whether it's a home or whatever on the property probably would have some negative effect, but not as large as what this gentleman mentioned earlier. A couple of the people who were against mentioned security. I think it's arrogant to say that somebody who rents a property is a security risk. I mean, not everybody is wealthy enough to own a home, but simply because they rent a property and live there with their family doesn't make them a security risk. You cannot make a judgment on someone based upon their financial status. That is unfair. Property values. Again, I mentioned earlier that up and down this street is blue collar. There are modular homes, trailers, and most of the homes are, average homes. And then again, across the street are two developments that have 44 apartment complexes. I can't see how adding a duplex or a couple of duplexes next door is going to hurt anybody's property value. And that just doesn't make sense to me. And they mentioned the noise and quality of life. Well, there is a fence on the property now that actually the neighbor cannot even see through or see over. So I don't see how anything could interfere with her quality of life. And they mentioned about me maxing out my profits. Well, everybody is entitled to make a living. I'm not trying to maximize my profits or to be Bill Gates. I just want to have property that can have a steady income to add to my retirement. And I also am in business. 50% of the business I have is with my son-in-law. I plan on giving this to them, which will be my daughters as well. When I pass away, it will be left to their use and hopefully their betterment. She mentioned about parking. Well, if you have 2 or 3 places on this, you have to have parking. I have done the sizing of it and talked to the appropriate people here at the zoning commission, not the zoning, but in Coop Drive, that what the required parking area is. There would be not a problem as far as parking. Even if you only have 2 duplexes, that's 2, 4, 6, 8 cars. There's plenty enough on 0.84 acres to park 8 cars. And then she mentioned 91 people signed. Well, there are not 91 people that live on that street. And they mentioned that, someone who's not from that area in the neighborhood. I live within 5 minutes of that on Palmer Street. If you leave Dog Pound Road and turn left on 95 going into Beta, the first street is Walker. You turn on Walker, and I live behind in that area. And it's not a subdivision. It is the general area of it's the neighborhood. Everybody has a house. Everybody gets along. And we're not a high dollar area. We're regular, normal people. And please take that into consideration when you make your decision. Again, to finish, I requested A6, which would allow me, like I said, to put 9. And I chose that quickly. I am not asking for 9 units. The minimum I think that would make it financially viable would be 2 duplexes. In other words, 4 units total. And again, I want to say it again. Every issue has a solution or a compromise, and we can do this while serving the community.
Okay, your time is up, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, those of you that spoke against, you're in rebuttal. There's a total of 5 minutes.
I'm one of those people that live closer than he does, and I'm in the neighborhood, just like most of the people who sign the petitions you have. That's number one. Number two, I regularly ride that street, and maybe there are 1 or 2 mobile homes that are there that have been there for a long, long time. The majority of these homes are stick-built on about an acre each, and this is an infringement into this real high-quality neighborhood, the type of infringement that this gentleman would not like in his residential, single-family residential area. Thank you.
As you can tell from my book pamphlet that I gave everyone, the property was designed Red Gap Acres, which meant that everybody had to have 1 acre with 1 single residence. I'm hoping you will continue to let that stand. I personally don't understand how all the apartments got on that street since the zoning is A2. But the apartments are there, they're well managed, and I knew they were there before I moved there. As far as the fence, it's a 6-foot fence that goes as far as my garage because the previous owner, Mr. Amador, was using the lot as his staging for his staging of his equipment. He owns Blue Lizard Demolition. So I was looking at that, and it was depressing me more and more every day. And Mr. Allo from the zoning department went out, investigated. They fined the gentleman, so he put up a fence so I wouldn't have to see that. But when he was fined, he was given a certain date that he had to have the equipment removed. And Mr. Allo says he went out, he took pictures, and the case was closed, and he wouldn't go, they don't go back. But the gentleman knew the day he was going, so he moved all the equipment away, and then 2 days later, he moved it all back. As far as the privacy, if he builds duplexes right next to me, people on the 2nd floor will be intruding on my privacy. And if he wants to deny that, fine, let him build the duplexes right next door to him. I'm sorry, but 91 people agree with me, and I hope that this board will also agree with me and not change the zoning of that lot. We, the people of Red Gap Acres, expect our community to be single-family residents on 1 acre or more. Thank you. I appreciate your time and your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to echo what she just said. I am part of the Red Gap Acres. And I don't live on Fuchsia Street, but I live in the same neighborhood. Yes, all 91 of us don't want multiple homes in our acre lots. When I bought my property back in the 90s, I knew that it was 1 home, 1 acre. I got lucky. I got the middle of the block, so I got a little bit more than an acre. I got almost an acre and a half. However, I like the idea of having my privacy. I don't want to share. I don't want to hear what's going on next door. I love my privacy, and I would hope that you consider denying his request.
Okay, thank you.
And I do want to bring one thing up about the drainage. He said, he made it sound like it's really not that big a deal about his property flooding. When it rains hard, Dog Pound Road or Harrison Avenue floods, and so do all our ditches. I still have standing water on my ditch, and it takes forever. And I have contacted I forget what they're called. And they've come out a couple of times, and they've cleaned out the ditches, but the water stands. It just doesn't drain, and my ditch drains into her area. So if I'm flooding, I can guarantee you she's flooding too. And if you put more homes there, it's just going to get worse.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yes, Mr. Moore mentioned that the ditch between our property is minor. It is not, it's not minor. That's just a facade. Really, water will overflow that, inundate my entire property, flood, overflow my street.
Go ahead.
Sorry, all right, thank you.
Go ahead.
It'll overflow my street all the way going to the east. It's major. So when we get these big storms in the summer, Fuchsia, the ditches from Fuchsia will overflow everyone's property and eventually make its way through my yard. So I have a health issue as well. So everyone's on septic tanks. It's bad, it's terrible. And to mention the insult about renters, well, when I purchased my house, I didn't have to do a background check. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. All right, we've had, everybody's had an opportunity to speak, both for and against, with rebuttal. So I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Smale.
So we have A2 surrounding this property, and he wants us to give him an A6. I don't think it's fair to these homeowners to allow a duplex in their neighborhood. I make a motion to deny.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smale to deny. Commissioner Randolph.
Yes, I like the second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Randolph. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to deny carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good evening.
When y'all finish with the packets, if you want to turn them over to the receptionist at the zoning department, I'll take them back, because you never know.
Okay.
I might be here again.
Okay, the next, I was gonna give it to one of y'all to, no, I don't wanna keep it, but if y'all wanna keep it in, okay, the next item is item 11, 2022-2802-ZC. Existing zoning is A2 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A2 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Parcel located on the east side of Ardon Rupert Road, south of Baruch Road, Lacombe, Ward 7, District 7. It's 4.767 acres. The petitioner is Christopher Rowley, and the owner is Christopher Rowley. It's Council District 7. Staff?
The subject site is located within the Lacombe Forest subdivision and is flanked by property that is zoned A2 Suburban District. Council Ordinance Number 9-2133 rezoned 80 acres within the Lacombe Forest subdivision just north of the subject property to A2 and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay in 2009. Surrounding property consists primarily of undeveloped land with small amounts of residential occupation. Based on the most readily available information, there are currently 12 mobile homes within the subdivision. The requested zoning change would allow the applicant to file for a building permit to place a manufactured home on the property. The site's A2 zoning classification allows a density of 1 unit per acre, although the Unified Development Code states that no single owner can have more than 3 continuous mobile homes without complying with mobile home park standards, which require a minimum of 10 acres of property.
Thank you. Is Christopher Rowley here? Good evening.
How you doing?
You want to tell us what's going on here?
Oh, I had to rezone the whole property because I didn't have time to get a survey to rezone like an acre just for the manufactured home.
Okay.
That's really all. I just want to be able to put a mobile home on my property.
Okay, you own the whole 4.67 acres?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against on this item? You speaking for or against?
I'm speaking for. My name's Christopher Rowley, his father.
Okay.
I live right next door, and I wouldn't see a problem with putting a manufactured home right on the property next door to me.
Okay.
I own the 5 acres there, and I also just purchased the 40 acres behind him. So there's really nobody around us. We have one neighbor to his left, and I don't think he would have a problem with it. He's not even here. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else wish to speak on this item? I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Crawford.
Okay, I'm familiar with the area, and Mr. Rowley Sr. just answered one of my questions. When you're facing the building, you live on the left, Mr. Rowley Sr.?
From the street?
Yes.
I live on the right.
On the right, okay, okay. That answers one of my questions. There's a bunch of mobile homes past that, but in this general area, there's 1 or 2, and I think under the circumstances, this would be appropriate, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Crawford to approve. Commissioner Truxillo.
I agree with that, Commissioner. I second it. Thank you.
All right, we have a second by Commissioner Truxillo. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Crawford? The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. All right, the next item is 12, case is 2022-2803-ZC. Existing zoning is A3 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is NC1 Professional Office District. Parcel located on the east side of Ramos Avenue, south of Crawford Road, Covington, Ward 3, District 2. It's .21 acres. Petitioner is Julie Hagan. Owner is Michael Martins, Larry Martins, Deborah Martins, Deborah Martin Lee, Elizabeth Hunt, Johnny August Martin. Council District 2. Staff?
The property is currently developed as a single-family residential district and is surrounded by undeveloped property, Zone A3 to the southeast, and an existing single-family residences. Also, Zone NC4 Institutional District to the west, and it's currently developed by Coastal on Aging, St. Tammany Parish. And, the request for NC1, it's also for Coast to purchase the property and, add on to their current development with a small office. If the zoning change is approved, it will be subject to all the landscaping, parking, and drainage requirements. And, Ms. Egan here, who petitioned for the zoning change request, is aware of that because I had a discussion with her as well.
Okay, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm wonderful, and y'all are just spectacular that you do this on a regular basis because I need to be in bed. So y'all are just warriors.
We got even a longer meeting next Tuesday. So.
I know sometimes y'all go really late. I am Julie Yeagan. I am the Executive Director for the Council on Aging here in St. Tammany Parish. We have talked with the owners of this property for quite some time because it is immediately adjacent to us. It is a very small piece of property, as you can see, less than a quarter of an acre. There is an adorable little house on this piece of property that we wanted to purchase when the original owner moved out to a facility several years ago. But she wasn't ready to sign, so she's now passed away. It's now an estate sale. Unfortunately, the house was vacant for so long that it's a tear down. So the house has to be removed. It cannot be, we've actually talked to the fire district. They're going to come out and burn it on one of their, their training runs. It is, like I said, it's very small. Helen and I had a long discussion about, what we may be able to build on this piece of property. Our desire is to put another cottage-like building on this piece of property, something that would look fairly residential, and use it as a dementia education center. This would be a place where persons and family caregivers who have family members suffering from dementia would be able to come in, learn about the many things that cause dementia other than just Alzheimer's. We would have some day activities there for persons with early onset on our early stage Alzheimer's to perhaps have social interaction with other persons suffering from their same issues. It would operate just, regular day hours. It would not be any type of an overnight facility. It would simply be a very small commercial type building. As you can see from the map overlay that was in your staff reports, while there is some A3 there on Ramus, the property immediately adjacent to it is a enormous, I don't even know how many acres, that it's zoned A3, but it's never been developed, and everything else is pretty much already a light commercial development. So we're not trying to change an existing neighborhood or anything like that. We're just trying to take advantage of property that's immediately adjacent to us so that we can expand the services that we offer to our older adults here in St. Tammany Parish.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Truxillo.
I make a motion to approve because I'm one of those older adults.
We might be there one day, huh? All right. Motion to approve by Commissioner Truxillo, Commissioner Barcelona.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Barcelona. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 13, existing zoning is A2 Suburban District and HC2 Highway Commercial District. Proposed zoning is I2 Industrial District. Location, parcel located on the north side of Cozy Road, west of Jack Crawford Road, Pearl River, Ward 6, District 6. It's 6.666 acres. Petitioner's Hickory Creek Development LLC, Eric Penton. Owner is Hickory Creek Developers LLC, Eric Penton. It's Council District 6. Staff?
The subject property is currently part of a larger undeveloped, just under 10-acre tract which fronts Cozy Road. The petition portion of the property is flanked by commercial development and a single-family residential development, both zoned HC2 to the south and west, residential and industrial development zoned I2 and A4A to the east, and undeveloped land to the north. About an acre of the subject property is zoned HC2, which fronts along Cozy Road. The purpose of the HC2 zoning classification is to provide for the location of intense retail, office, and service uses, and the remaining portion is zoned A2, which allows single-family residential dwellings. A change in zoning will allow for highly intense industrial uses adjacent to existing industrial and commercial uses and a single-family dwelling. I would like to note the property is currently subject of an after-the-fact land clearing violation, the remediation of which will be determined based on the outcome of this rezoning petition.
Okay, thank you. Is Eric Penton? Pardon?
Loud and proud. How you doing?
All right,
Good
how are
evening. Eric Penton, I live at 67163 Chris Kennedy Road, Pearl River, Louisiana. Instead of going through a he said, she said, and why the people that's opposing it don't like it, I'm just going to read you the facts, and after the facts, you can make a determination. I've had the pleasure of meeting you guys on several times requesting zoning changes. It's never worked in my favor. As you know, the board members change appointments by every newly elected official comes in. He appoints new people. We, the citizens, are affected by your decisions. These decisions are regulated by RS 33.140.207. That gives you the governing authority to tell us what we can and cannot do on our property. With that being said, I'd like to remind you that these are life-changing decisions and long-term commitments to the economic structure of the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. Generational wealth is denied and approved by the decisions you make. The mere existence of having our children a place to have or leave them a legacy is affected by the decisions you make. The fact of my request is the operations of our business in the past 15 years, which is domiciled in this parish, has grown to that we need additional space. So our proposal was to build a 1,000-square-foot building on this property for an office space, a pole barn to park our equipment under, and that's our intent. We've researched this area for property that was adjacent to industrial properties. We found this commercial piece of property. It was brokered by a real estate company. It went out of commission. I did my research. I found the owner. I made the owner a cash offer. The owner accepted my cash offer. So I didn't go around anybody. I didn't try to go around anybody else. I made that decision. That's facts. Let me see where I'm at. The bounding properties are HC2, I2, with the exception of a portion of A2 to the west that is combined with HC2 property and a portion of the easterlymost property being a combination of I2 and A4A. This section has multiple mobile homes on it and a mechanic shop, and it houses dump trucks daily. To my notion, I bought a piece of property that fits the model that I want to do. We purchased this property on Coasey Road in good faith that we could continue operations of a third-generation construction company. Where our current location is, my grandfather bought that location in 1934. So I think we've been in St. Tammany Parish a minute or two. My grandfather also, him and his sisters, owned the piece of property that your parish barn is on now on Highway 41 was sold to them. So this was a combination of properties that we're not asking you to reinvent the wheel. We're just asking you to look at the facts. The public facility sits 630 feet from the property that I'm trying to get rezoned. A welding shop and a fabrication shop, which is supposedly going to be closing but is still in operation right now because they're working on some of my equipment, is 168 feet from this property. It's to the southeast. A boat repair shop facility is 363 feet southeast of this property. A venue that houses weddings, graduations, and numerous other social events is located 808 feet from this property. All of these properties were rezoned in a comprehensive study in 2009. So this is not something that we went out here and done. You guys allowed these industrial properties and stuff to do so. You created a model and said, this is where we're wanting to put this industrial stuff. This is where we at. Lastly, I have an intriguing piece of real estate that's adjacent to us. A couple of us in here are pretty familiar with the Hickory Grocery Grill. This is a mom and pop venue that has been in operation since the 1980s. It's changed ownership several times. However, throughout these ownership changes, it appears that a survey was never completed or confirmed. The property we own and are requesting to be rezoned has been confirmed by our surveyor, per the data that we have and supplied to staff, that we own 12.5 feet and 15 foot of this property. We also own Cosey Road. The property of the south side of Cosey Road as well as the rear access of that site, along with the business that has operational hours from 5 o'clock a.m. to 9 o'clock p.m. This substantiates the area is not residential. We're asking you for a reasonable consideration regarding our request to increase our capacity as a local business to be able to house our equipment and continue operations at St. Tammany Parish. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Benton. All right, anyone wish to speak in favor of this change? Anyone wish to speak against?
Yes, I do.
All right, I've got a card here on Sue Toledano.
She can speak first.
Okay. And you are Elaine?
I am. So I'm Elaine Galliano and I reside at 37341 Jack Crawford Road. This is Lainey Galliano and she resides at 37373 Cosey Road. She does ride her bicycle and she is a frequent shopper at that Hickory grocery store that he mentioned. So she travels that road on her bike and she does use that back driveway to frequently go to that store and buy candy. And it is true that all the properties he mentioned around the piece of property he purchased is zoned commercial or industrial, and most of the properties are owned by myself or my uncle. There are no businesses currently other than the wedding venue that does have weddings or, graduations, usually on weekends, during the months of October, November, December, January, cool months because of air conditioning. During comprehensive rezoning, myself and my uncle came and we sat down and we had some of our property rezoned. It was facing Highway 41. It was not on Cosey Road. It was strictly the properties facing 41, which is a highway. It's a traveled highway. Cosey Road is approximately 15 feet wide. So, and it's true, I own the property on Cosey Road that is adjacent to the property that Eric bought. Over the years, we did have a trucking company. We had a shop there. It was my grandfather's. I inherited that property from my grandfather. And we do have equipment and things located on that property. It was my husband's. He passed away 6 years ago. We do not operate a business on that property. I have one truck that still works, and the man that drives it is here tonight. And he's the only person that runs one truck. It exits mostly through Lou Lane to Highway 41. Lou Lane was owned by my grandfather as well, and he actually named it after me. That's my nickname. So Eric has legit, issues as far as the property around this piece of property. So during comprehensive rezoning, my property on Cosey Road was picked up, not because we requested it, and they did put industrial and commercial, whatever use on that property. The property to the right of me, a little piece was picked up and rezoned, I feel, by mistake. Miss Sue's property on the corner was rezoned, not by her request, it was just picked up. I don't know if it was, they didn't realize that Cosey Road was a little small country road, and it was part of Highway 41. I don't know what happened there. So you know, it's a road that people walk on. She rides her bike on. It is true that there is property around it with those particular zonings, but at this time, there are no operational businesses. My uncle owns a property at Tally Iron Works from. The man who owned that business has cancer, it's terminal. He is closing the business, and whether they're finishing up some projects for Mr. Penton, it's possible. But it's moving forward. My uncle owns it, and I've approached him, and his intentions are he's not re-renting it. He's going to use it for storage, and I'm actually probably going to buy it from him just to prevent more businesses coming in, because the bulk of these people sitting here live around there. And we did, deal with Tally Iron Works early morning, beating and banging, but they're no longer there. It's been very quiet. And the people they enjoy not having to have the early morning wake-up call to business, to loud noises, a lot of coming and going. The type of business Eric has, it's big equipment. It's big, wide equipment. And to come down a 15-foot road with big, wide equipment and try to pass, it's not doable. So there's, both sides. We've got valid points. And once again, the property that is on Cozy Road that I feel was zoned by mistake, I have no problem with y'all unzoning it and putting it back, because it is, people live there. If you look, aerial view, she lives on Cozy Road. It's houses, it's residents. And to put that right next door to people's windows that's less than 30 feet away, I'm sure it'll be a 6-day-a-week business, early morning, late evenings, working on equipment. And we're not going to take up the time. It's late. Everybody needs to get home. But all the people that are sitting here could have done a card and came up here and spoke, but I'm pretty much the one that's going to do it other than Miss Sue. And she, like me, owns property adjacent to the property that was purchased. And so we are aware that was some zoning put on a small piece of 10 acres. And once again, I think it was put there by mistake. And so I'll let Miss Sue come up, and thank y'all very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, Sue?
My name is Sue Toledano, and I live at 37251 Cozy Road, which is the first house on the road. I've been a resident there since 1993. My property line crosses Cozy Road, just like, one part is on one side of Cozy Road and the other property line is on the other side of Cozy Road. So it goes diagonal across Cozy Road. When you rezoned Cozy Road and blacktopped it, it created a problem for me, because Cozy Road is now higher than my property. It drains down into my property, into my driveway, and it rains, I flood. Okay, you put an industrial business over there, and I'm going to have a bigger drainage problem. I'm going to have a noise problem. I'm going to have, I don't know what kind of problems. I'm there alone by myself, no security. The only traffic on that road is school buses in the morning and the afternoon, and that one truck, which leaves at 5 o'clock in the morning, and he comes back after dark. Like Elaine said, Cozy Road is very, very narrow. If a school bus comes in, there's no passing the school bus without getting off the road onto my property. There is no drainage on my side of the road. So it's always soft, it's always wet. It's a problem. I'm on well water. I don't know what an industrial facility is going to do to my groundwater. There's going to be a pole barn with lighting. I don't know whether he's going to have lighting 24 hours a day, but this is going to change my quality of life. And I'm at the end of my life. I don't need changes in the quality of my life. So I'm asking you all to deny this. Please, please. I don't have long left on this earth, okay? But I don't need the aggravation this would put into my life. So I'm asking you to deny it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak against? I'm out of cards, so. All right, we'll go to rebuttal. Eric, you're up.
This is ugly stuff whenever you know people. Miss Sue, I don't know you personally, and it's my pleasure to meet you, ma'am. As far as the drainage issue, me being a civil contractor, I'm not trying to dispute what you're saying, but Hickory Creek runs on the opposite side of you, so your casual water is going to run to Hickory Creek. It's not going to run uphill. However, if we're approved, I'm going to propose to the parish to be gracious enough to put subsurface drainage and stuff in at my cost so you can have drainage. To be generous on that and say, hey, I'm not trying to be a bad neighbor. As far as the trucks coming in and out, man, Doug's a personal friend of mine. I would never try to hurt somebody that's trying to make a living. You know, it's nothing to do with that. Bottom line of it is, we do public works for St. Tammany, New Orleans, Covington, Slidell, every municipality around. Our guys come in the morning time, they get their equipment, they load their excavator, they leave and go to work. They come in at 3:30, 4 o'clock, they park their equipment, they leave. We're not trying to run an establishment to where we're over there making noise and beating and being unneighborly. So hopefully, you know, that we can be neighborly however this works out. Thanks.
Okay. Any of you that were against wish to speak in rebuttal?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
So, drainage, noise, widening of the road, you know, there's all different kind of things that would need to be looked at. Main thing is, you know, I know Eric spent money. He saw this piece of property. He saw some zoning on it that might have worked for what he was doing. But once again, the property that we requested under comprehensive rezoning, me and my uncle, was on Highway 41, which is a major highway, which is open for business, which there is Hickory Grocery. My uncle does have he repairs boats. It's not open really. They piddle fart around with boats. It's not a lot of comings and goings, and it is on Highway 41. I used to have a feed and pool store right there on Highway 41. Since my husband passed away, it's been closed. So as far as operational businesses on a daily, 6-7 days a week basis, Hickory Grocery is the only business, okay? The road, Coastie Road, that he's proposing to put this facility on is a small country traveled road. Kids ride bikes. We have neighbors that walk it. You know, it's predominantly residential, okay? So once again, to allow that opening up of 6.66 acres of industrial zoning going forward, you know, something could happen to anybody. You know, something could happen to Eric and he could change his mind. Putting that industrial zoning on that piece of property opens it up for the future of what might happen and what can go on that property under industrial. It just opens up a big web of possibilities, okay? So it's just not the proper piece for the type of business that he's proposing, you know? So maybe it needs to be tabled and looked at, come out and look at the area, and then you'll more maybe understand, I don't know if anyone has been out there, that although there is all those different kind of zonings, you know, I personally feel if they go back and they look at the comprehensive rezoning, some of that was done by mistake. It wasn't asked for. Ms. Sue didn't ask for her property to be rezoned. You know, the people who owned the property that Eric did buy that from, that was relatives of my grandmother. I had the opportunity to buy that piece of property before I could have bought it. They were asking $120,000 for it. At the time, I don't need any more property. So I didn't purchase it. I figured someone was going to come in and buy and put a house on it. Welcome, you know, another family to the neighborhood. We're just not open to welcoming an industrial over 6 acres of what might be today. We worry about what could be put there in the future. Industrial, that type of zoning, it's just, it could be really bad for our area. And like I said, the property that I have that I feel was zoned, you know, shouldn't have been zoned, I have no problem putting it back to residential. You know, if that eases the issues of the zoning. So that could be looked at. So once again, just thank y'all for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you.
He says moving equipment at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, you're bringing heavy equipment in at the same time school buses are moving back and forth. There's no room on that road to move equipment past school buses. And if he's moving at that time of the day, that restricts me from exiting my property because my driveway dumps right onto Cozy Road. And so if there's equipment moving, it's fine if you've got one piece of equipment. But if you've got 15 pieces of equipment you're bringing in and out, and this man did not tell me what kind of business he was opening, I had no idea. Had no idea about rezoning my property. You know, I'm in the dark about all of this. You all rezoned my property. I was never notified that it was being rezoned. You know, I'm frustrated because it pulls down the property value of my property by putting industrial next to me. And there's nobody, I mean, the Hoovers are on Highway 41, and I am the first house on Cozy Road. I own 1 acre across, you know, adjacent to this property.
Okay.
And so it's going to affect me.
Thank you. All right. Eric asked if he had any rebuttal time left. I think he did, but. Eric, come on up if you've got something to say quickly.
It'll be brief. I respect Pacey. I don't want Pacey to get up here and get his done. Two things I didn't address. And this I wouldn't come back to it, but I need to address it. The violation for the clearing. At the time we did clear 1/4 of an acre, not 5 acres, not 2 acres. You need to get the concept of what we got. Ida was going on. There was people all over this parish. The parish paid $8-9 million to clean up people's trees. We went in there and done some of it on our own. Now, we did clear a little more than the stuff that was affected. I'm not denying that fact. But what I did do when Miss Aaron had us do a tree survey, I had my surveyor, Sean Burks, to survey every stump and qualify that none of the trees taken down were above an out ordinance. It was this land was timber harvested, I don't know, maybe 15 years, maybe longer than that. I don't know the time on it. But it's not merchantable timber. It's trash. So, yeah, but I wanted to let you know that. I did get called 6 times by code enforcement. I was really talked to like I was a 3rd grader, but, that's just the way it is. One violation was mine, the trees. The other one was dirt dumped on a property, which was one of the adjacent owners that owned it. One of them was a form being set without a permit, which was one of the adjacent owners. But I never saw nothing stop. I never seen nobody else penalized. I never seen nobody else get slapped on the wrist and be told, I'm really getting tired of having to call you. So, all right.
Thank you. All right, we've had rebuttal on both sides, and I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Crawford.
Okay. Well, as Eric said, it's difficult when you know people, and I'm pretty familiar with most of these folks, and certainly Eric. My comments are mainly for my fellow commissioners, because I know probably a lot of y'all don't know this area and haven't looked at this property. Everything Mr. Penton said in the beginning is accurate. The industrial that's there is well-fitting for what's been there in the past, whether it's in operation or not. The HC2, Ken, along the lines of what you've been asking for, I think we rezoned large swaths along the highway, HC2, and that's how that got there in the comprehensive zoning. I believe the industrial was put there so that it would be conforming use and match what the operations were at the time. So, that all being said, I have a question for staff, which is why do we need an I-2? What's the purpose of I-2? Is that the request, or do we need it for some reason?
Yeah, the request is for I-2 because it's outdoor storage yard over a certain acreage.
Okay, so HC2 wouldn't do it.
No, definitely not.
That's why we're in the I. Okay. Yeah, I understand, Eric. For my fellow commissioners, if this was on the highway, no problem. It would match the I-2 that's there. I don't think anybody would be here objecting to it. I have the same concerns that they do, and that is moving equipment off of Cosi Road right there. I don't have a problem with the industrial in that area. I don't have a problem with the size. It's basically bringing the equipment in and out. The highway, the road that's there, I keep calling it a highway. It's not. It's a road. It's a very small Cosi Road, and I think that's a problem. And that being the case, I'm going to make a motion to deny.
We have a motion by Commissioner Crawford to deny. Commissioner Barcelona.
In the areas of I-2 and I-1, what business is currently there? Can anyone answer that question? Maybe the petitioner, or?
Currently not.
Say that again?
In the I-2 and I-1 areas, right adjacent to the property?
Right.
What's there now? Because I'm looking at the map, and it's...
The property adjacent to it is I-2 to the right. They have about 4 or 5 mobile homes on a mechanic shop that's not being used, but
Mr.
they
Penton?
still own it.
Good. Eric.
Mr. Penton, can you please come to the podium?
I didn't know what the protocol was.
Okay.
To go back to what she said, it's just like this. If she passes away and her children inherit this, they're selling I-2 property.
I know, but I'm asking,
Okay.
So in the I-2 area, there's just mobile homes, there's no business there, is that? That's right. Okay, in the I-1 also, there's nothing,
They have a mechanic shop right here that they use, and they park their dump trucks here every day. Now, there's a business here, and there's a business here, and there's a business here.
He's asking, is there a business on the I-1 property?
Yes. The only person that's adversely impacted, and I know she's impacted, and I feel bad for her, would be Miss Toledano.
So
the I-1 is a welding shop and a boat shop.
okay. And then I-2, just to clarify, I-2, there's nothing there's no business in the...
On the I-2, yes.
So that's not being currently used as an industrial I-2 area?
Yes.
Okay.
If you park a dump truck, that's the only reason I wanted I-2. They told me, I just spent $1.5 million buying another piece of property so I could house some of my equipment outside of this frickin' parish because I can't operate. I'm not trying to be difficult, but if you was on my side of the conversation, you'd be just as mad as I am. I grew up in Hickory, okay? I live there. That's where my family is. I want to frickin' have my business there. I don't want to have to drive 30 miles to do it, okay? And I'm not trying to be unreasonable. I own 22 acres on where my business is now that I park my trucks. After Katrina, 2 or 3 people moved in from a different location from the Katrina came in here. They made 30 kinds of sand to the parish until I got called by violations every 30 days. I was in violations with this and that. You can't do this on your property. I have nowhere to go. Where do you want me to go? So I go spend my money to buy a piece of property in an industrial location so I can move my business there and stay local. That's my frustration level.
I'll go ahead and second Commissioner Crawford's motion to deny.
Okay, we have no one else in the queues, and so I'm gonna call for a vote. Please vote.
Mr. Smell? The motion to deny carries.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, the next item is 14. Case is 2022-2828 PR. Use is Magnolia Water Site, Alamosa Park subdivision. The corridor is a Tammany Trace overlay. Zoning is I-2 Industrial District. Use 1.033 acres. Petitioner and Vocal McWilliams Construction. Passy McWilliams. The owner is Joseph Cox. Location located on the north side of Marion Lane, west of Tammany Trace and east of Tammany Trace Drive, Mandeville, Ward 4, District 5, Council District 5. Staff?
The subject site abuts the Tammany Trace and is therefore within the Plan Corridor District and has to come before this zoning commission for site design approval, subject to the requirements listed in the Plan Corridor District. The applicant is, for the most part, compliant with all the regulations listed in the Plan Corridor, except for the finished facade of either cement, brick, or wood along the Tammany Trace. Staff would like to note that the applicant will be required to apply for and receive a land clearing permit prior to any clearing taking place. The applicant will be required to provide a landscape plan in accordance with the UDC, and the applicant will need to provide a lighting plan which conforms with the UDC.
Anything else? Anything else, Aaron?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Pacey McWilliams, 4 St. Anne Drive, Mandeville, 70471. And God bless all of you for doing this, and thankfully I don't have to do this very often. Big picture, I'll keep it short and sweet. Hopefully there isn't much to it. This is at the site of an existing sewer treatment plant in Alamosa Industrial Park. It's hidden back in the woods. It's 125 feet away from the trace. The idea is it's a maintenance facility not open to the public. It's just for Magnolia Water's use to store things and have equipment and a little bit, an office back there, but it's not for public use, and it's hidden back in the woods. So the hope is we don't have to pretty up the face of it. It faces 125 feet of woods. So it's going to be a metal building for storage.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't see anybody that's gonna oppose what you got.
No, he came along with me, so. I doubt
All
he
right,
is.
so I'm gonna close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Truxillo.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Truxillo to approve. Commissioner Barcelona. Second by Commissioner Barcelona. Any further discussion?
Clarify the approval is subject to a waiver for the facade.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, we picked it up here at, yeah, it was,
It's wrong on the, it was wrong on the presentation. the
Yeah.
number. Okay. Mr. Randolph?
Ron, need a vote. We need a vote.
The motion to approve carries.
All right, thank you. One quick information. The meeting starts at 5 o'clock next week. Okay, it will be on the New Directions 2040. Ross, do we take a vote on that?
I hope so.
Okay, all right, and it's the end of the 2040 as far as any further discussions and everything, so we need to vote either for or against, okay? And then it will go to the council. No, it doesn't go to the council?
No, it's purview.
Okay.
Says planning commission.
All right, so whatever way we do,
Say again?
I need a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned.